We gather today to duly and faithfully carry out our duties to the best of our judgment and ability for the advancement of this district and the benefit of all of our community and fellow citizens. And the Coorong District Council acknowledges and pays respect to the traditional custodians of the land and waters, the Nurrungeri people, whose ancestral lands are on which we meet today. We acknowledge the deep feelings of attachment and relationship of Aboriginal people to country and pay our respect to elders past and present. We extend that respect to all First Nation people. Thank you, councillors. Item 1 is apologies, of which we have none. Item 2, no acknowledgement. Sorry, councillors. Anyone? No one signified to me. Thank you. Confirmation of minutes of the ordinary meeting on the 16th of February. We'll move that way. Councillors Bland and Qualman. Any discussion? Being none, I will put the motion. All those in favour? Those against? That's carried unanimously. Item 3, adjourned business. We have nil. Item 4, minute action list. Councillors, minute action list. Is there any questions? Councillor Rountree.
Thank you, Mayor. 27020, just regarding the reminder being sent to residents about getting their houses emergency ready. Where are we at with that?
Through you, Mayor. We haven't done that yet, but it is on the list to do.
17020, just wondering how the grants officer is going with respect to looking at the grants for the Tagalong Floating Theatre.
It is definitely on our mind. Finding a grant that actually looks at a feasibility study is almost a exercise in non-productive activity because most of them don't allow for that. So we will come, I think, to you when we're doing the budget setting to maybe put some money in the budget for next year to do a feasibility study ourselves, because I don't think we'll get a grant. And then we'll have the master plan ready, or at least some feasibility study ready that we can then plug into a grant, because up to date there is very little, in fact there's none that do that type of activity.
Thank you.
Anything else from the minute action list, councillors?
Yes, Mr Mayor, through you to CEO. 19920, which was a mobile black spot funding, I brought it up last meeting, and it was said that the matter is considered complete and awaiting advice from the state government. As far as the ratepayers of this area do not think it is complete, and it should be on our list so that the council, at every opportunity they get, push this. I had this from people up the Mallee and fellas down our way. Just recently, a fella come off his motorbike. No thing. He had to walk, half walk 6 miles before he could get any service out in his area. Now, they think it's, particularly in Colbatch area and out Jaybuck, they think it is imperative that they get a service. And so I think it should be left on the action list, and we should, at every opportunity, the Mayor, yourself, wherever you are, with the MPs, be pushing this. I don't know about the other elected members, what their feeling is, but that's what I believe.
Through you, Mayor, we have written to every relative minister who is relevant to this particular process, as well as the CEO. There is nothing more we can do at this point. We can leave it there, but in terms of pushing it any further, there is nothing we can do until the state makes their decision. The state then goes to Telstra, who provides advice about what they can actually provide. And it is not a given. Telstra may say there is no solution for this, we're not doing anything. I'm not suggesting they will, but that is one of their options that they can do. So everybody that we needed to tell, we have. I've had the discussion with the CEO of PIRSA, who drives this process. And so at this point, there is nothing more that I can do or we can do to speed up the process or to put any further pressure on. It's sitting in wait time, in a sense.
Maybe at this stage, but if it's on there, it reminds us, and that the ratepayers know we're still thinking about it. And every time, you know, when you see Nick McBride hammering, you see Adrian Pedrick, you're hammering, any other minister or whatever, you keep bringing this up, and we keep writing to the person till we get some answer, because it's, you know, like, it's a situation that's completely unacceptable.
I raised that with Nick McBride last Friday again, Councillor Arthur. Yes. You done?
Wanna
Councillor Roundtree.
Just wanted to support what council. I think it should stay on the agenda so that it is always in our mind until there is no issue with mobile phone reception in our region. That should stay on our to-do list forever.
And this can also be reinforced through when we put the meat on the bones of the community vision, because it is one of the principal items mentioned in that process.
So through you, Mayor, what we'll do is find out when PIRSA may conclude their deliberations. I'm sure they've got an end date, and then we'll put that in the motion as well.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else from the minute action list? Being none, I move on. Questions with notice. Councillor Lang, yours is the first one.
A little short in detail, a little bit evasive response. I will be forwarding further questions.
Okay. Councillor Qualman.
Excuse me, Mayor.
Right.
I just actually wanted to thank the CEO for a really good response. I think it's a difficult one to deal with. I think your efforts to date have been great, and I look forward to a suitable solution. So, well done.
Okay. Councillor Qualman.
Oh, Mr. Mayor, excuse me, before we move on, I've still got a question with Councillor Lang's.
All right.
Please, if I may.
Since you've changed position, it's actually
Thrown,
what's Councillor Bland all the time, as you know.
I'm throwing it. Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I like to ask Council, on the first paragraph or sentence in this question, it refers to the couple who moved in with their dog over the past 12 months using a power side and ablution facilities. Now, everybody is aware that approximately 12 months ago, the full COVID-19 commenced. So has anybody got an idea when they actually did move in, or did they move in when the place was actually shut up? Please.
I'm led to believe they were actually living there several months prior to COVID.
We'll give it, the CEO will give it this one.
Thank you, Mayor. There's several residents there, but the one resident I think this refers to moved in after COVID started. They had actually started the planning process with us to build a house. They also then moved into temporary accommodation while that was happening. COVID then started, and the house that they were living in wasn't safe because there were people, they're not young people, so they couldn't stay in the house, and they had a caravan that was self-sufficient, so they moved to the caravan park, and it would have been after COVID started. Caravan parks were closed, but that was an unofficial closure, so they were still able to, there was nothing stopping them from moving into the caravan park.
On the same subject, Councillor Yench, still I hope?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had a look at the caravan park yesterday. We had a meeting at Carnarvon. There appeared to be 6 or 8 in residence that night. Are we collecting anything, or is it all free parking at this stage still?
No, there is still an expectation. Our compliance officers have been dealing with 2 at the park who don't pay on a regular basis, and we had got to the point where we said that if they didn't pay correctly, they would be evicted. So it's still an honour system because we have a box there, but the compliance people, Michael, our GI, is quite cognizant of what's going on there and keeps an eye on it.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I'd just like to say, to follow up on some of these questions, this has caused quite a few right across the council area. Quite a number of questions. I will bring another one up in relation to why council do this, why we have to pay fees. I understand the whole COVID issue, and then where is the fair and equity on where is the fairness. So this has been said for a little while now, and we do need to be very cognizant of doing this in the future about how that might look.
Okay, I'll await your question without notice. Sorry, Councillor Qualman, I'm moving on. Yours is the next question.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd just like to make a few comments. In the response, some things are not quite accurate, and I'll read what part it is. It says, in order to fix the issue, remediation works are required to effectively manage stormwater to allow water to flow across the road. Well, actually, what was put up to council and carried at 02621 was the option 2, which is water to go via a culvert system, not over the road. So we should really just straighten that out for the public. And the other thing why I did raise this, Mr. Mayor, is we put a sign up for a project and we haven't really ticked it off because it's going for budget considerations and it says it will be completed.
Blame the mayor for that if you'd like.
I'm sorry.
My observations driving around the countryside is councils now are putting up some forewarning of signs around the place, around projects. I see the sign didn't really tell what I hoped it would tell. I felt it might be good to tell the public that council's considering doing something with the bump. It would probably be good to tell the truckies that councils should do something with the bump, and it was probably good to inform the councillors that we should do something about the bump. So if I was a bit forthcoming and asking, but it is something we could think about. It's probably relatively cheaper than to do corflutes, is it? So that we can give some information to people on site of what we are. I accept hoping you'd all be very keen to do it, perhaps.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm keen to do it. I just hope when people ask that it actually happens. Thank you.
So it's our first attempt, not perfect, at giving some information out. Okay.
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, certainly, Councillor Gancher.
On this subject, I have fielded a considerable number of questions from interested members of the community who were struggling to work out what the project was.
Yeah, I accept
And there's still a level of confusion. If we are going to persist at putting these signs up similar to federal funding and aspects of saying this is a project coming, we do need to be site specific. But yes, it has had a lot of bemusement from people, particularly at the fact that some of us were struggling to ourselves to work out what the project was. It was not a good look. Thank you.
Taken. Thank you. Next question is Councillor Roundtree.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm happy with the response. I think it explained it quite well.
If I might add in relation to this one, this ratepayers are fully up to date with all the rates in question. This was an anomaly, which was in one of our workshops, which is it is just one of those things that has been picked up as part of that review that the rates officer is doing. Councillor Yench.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I have fielded phone calls from the ratepayer in question. They weren't happy with the manner in which this has appeared in the agenda. In fact, they were considerably more than unhappy. I am concerned that this does not necessarily need to go any further, as it potentially could develop into further exploration down the track. So we do need to keep it clean, because we too tend to run into history to look for fault. And again, this one does that. I would ask that there be an apology to the family in question due to the fact that they have taken offence. Whether it was intended or not is irrelevant. The fact is they have taken offence and an apology is due. Thank you.
So, Councillor, I have spent a lot of time about this, discussing that with these ratepayers myself. And that's why I just said what I said. Questions on notice have to be answered. We've run into a problem here before. And there was considerable discussion at a meeting last week around naming the ratepayer, and we've ended up, that's where we've ended up with naming the ratepayer. I've had a considerable discussion yesterday with one of the ratepayers around this. I think we're probably pretty close to a resolution around this. I would, if it was to escalate, I'd probably like to see something in writing to me. Councillor Roundtree was next, and then Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor. I think it's all right when the report was presented, there was an anomaly, and I think we were within our rights to ask that question. I don't think council has done anything wrong in the way that they've answered it. In fact, I think it's provided some good clarity to something that might have been a question or could have been further. And I don't think there's anything more to it than it was simply presented in a January workshop. I had a question and was in my rights to ask that question, and council answered it. I don't think apologies are needed at all. We've done what we said we would do and the question's been answered, full stop.
So Councillor Taylor is next.
Through you, Mayor, I think the councillor was within her rights to ask the question. It did come up as an anomaly. And I think the response, whilst having a name attached to it, which the original question did not, the response actually puts the property owners in good light, not in poor light. And therefore, I'm not quite sure who would be apologising to who. Thank you.
Councillor Jens, you had your hand up again.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, I acknowledge that in the workshop, it's appropriate to ask these sorts of questions. To bring it to this forum, it is misleading. The people did take offence. I've had conversations with them. They were not happy with the conversations they had with yourself and the councillor. And I am just passing on that these sorts of things can get out of hand. And it's better to eat a little bit of humble pie occasionally and apologise before things escalate. And it's important to not let these things escalate because, Mr. Mayor, as you know, they can cost council tens of thousands of dollars and have no return.
I have a point of order, please, Mayor. This sounds like a threat to me.
Statement, councillor.
It's not coming across that way.
Councillor,
It is.
Councillor, I don't know what you're referring to in terms of
Absolutely.
the other subject. I'd invite and welcome the family coming, having a meeting with me and the CEO around the subject, if that was appropriate. Anything else around that subject? Councillor Tarley, yours is the next question.
Thank you, Mayor. The response is good as far as it goes. However, I have further communication from the ratepayer in question. I won't name him in the forum, but I guess we know who he is. The question is, does the water testing comply with NHMRC standards for recreational uses required by state legislation? Those standards are about fecal pollution and E. coli numbers.
That's for you, Mayor. We'll have to take that question on notice, councillor.
Can send this directly to James.
Thank you.
Anything else around that? Okay. Questions without notice, councillor.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, look,
Councillor Bland.
this is unfortunate, but this again is out in the ether and I think it needs to be cleared up. I would not normally bring it through this forum, but it's best that we clear this up. And that is around employment without advertising of a position at the Meningie sorry, I've now gone blank because I have some other issues with some wording on some other stuff in here.
Waste depot.
Waste depot, thank you. And that position has already been filled. It does refer to people from Canalpin, and I won't go any further than that. I'm sure we probably have some insight. And if we have, why was it not advertised, given that the person who was there working is not leaving until May, so it wasn't timely? And if it is true, then where are they actually employed from, given the distance?
CEO wishes to respond.
So prior to the casual at the Meningie transfer station signalling their intentions to resign or not wanting any more work, they can't resign, they're casuals. We had already done a public recruitment exercise for casuals for council to look at casuals across the district where we might need to use them. When the person said they no longer wanted to work at Meningie, we already had a list of people on that casual list, and so we took the next person off the list. They had been through a recruitment process. It was a public recruitment process. So we didn't, you're correct in saying we didn't actually advertise that particular job, but we did advertise for casuals across the district, and it is a casual position.
So my second part of that question, are they going to be paid travel?
No.
So their base is at Meningie.
Through you, Mayor. To be honest, I have no interest in where they're actually living, as long as they're doing the job. There is no extra benefits to their position. They know the position is in Meningie, and it's entirely up to them how they get there.
It's just certainly out in the ether, and it's not a good look at the moment.
Some of our ether councillors is pretty
It is best to air it.
vitriolic at some days.
Sometimes it's best to air it then and get it done.
You any other questions without notice?
No, that will do. Thank you.
Any other questions without notice, councillors?
Yes, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Arthur.
Got one from quite a few ratepayers. Could, through you probably to the Director of Infrastructure and Asset, can you please tell the ratepayers why we've got graders running around pushing sand on the roads with no rolls behind them?
We've got that one too.
Is it James one or you? Have a go, James, yes.
Through you, Mr Mayor, we're working through the process of getting tow hitches certified through an engineering firm. Because currently there's no engineering certification on connection to the grader involved. So we're working through that process.
Why didn't they have certification marks on them when we got them? Why is it all of a sudden they no longer become compliant? And who's made the ruling that they are no longer compliant?
That's really, Mr Mayor, Ray, it became a point that we realised when we went through the process with the new grader use. We wanted to put A-frames on the front of those vehicles. We had a company recommended to us from National Law that said they showed an assessment and provide compliance on an A-frame, and they identified that our tow hitches weren't certified at that point in time. So, as part of the national law, we must have those certified.
They weren't certified at this present point in time, but it is quite easy to get exemption and get the certification, is it not? This is information from other councils, because I was dumbfounded. I haven't seen any of them working, but I've had phone call after phone call about it. Other councils are just amazed at this turnabout.
So we're in this council. So James might add, the new grader, is that got a certified hitch on it now? John Deere.
We will have, yes, it does not have it on the right.
So any future certifications are done by an independent third party or can't be done by the manufacturer, or where's this fit?
Any future, if we purchase a new grader in the future, the engineered solution we're going to receive from the company we're engaged with certified will be applied to the grader. So that was certified. We had an assessment on the existing tow hitches to see whether they were compliant from an engineering.
And they are or they aren't?
Can you explain to James that the national authority who issues those licences, we have applied to have that exemption or to have our licence, but we still haven't received that.
So another part of that is there's a grader exemption notice going through the heavy vehicle national law at the moment where council sign up to basically provide approval for motor graders up to 2.85 metres wide to tow accommodation vehicles. So that's the permit that gives us the exemption from the heavy vehicle national law to use graders on our roads. It's in that permit that says you must have engineering compliance for your connection point, because it's not a standard connection point supplied by the manufacturer.
Would we be able to say and make available to the elected members a written adjudication on these, please? Because otherwise it is, it's amazing me, it's only us it's affecting. Is it someone that's making assumptions under their own reading of the Act, or has it been actually certified to us in writing that this is what we've got to do?
But to you, Matt, are you suggesting, Councillor, that we're not doing the right thing?
It seems that we're the only council that is. So we may be the only council in South Australia that's doing the right thing. But if we are, I want to know why these, you've just mentioned, we've just paid big dollars for a grader that's not acceptable for the position it's supposed to be doing.
So there's often...
So there is a fall down somewhere in the information that's been given to the elected members about the equipment we're buying.
However, we need to manufacture a connection point from that grader to the rollers. That connection point is certified by the registered engineering body under the national law to say that that is mounted to an appropriate place of the grader that has the capacity to tow that roller at a certain weight at a certain speed. That's the process that we're going through. The grader has been purchased and that is completely fit for purpose and capable of towing the grader. It is the connection point of the grader to the roller that is being used to the right. So I just want to clear that up. The grader is fit for purpose.
I'm just, sorry, Sharon, I just want,
No, I just want to follow up question. on
Mr.
yours.
Mayor, that does not answer the question. I want to know if we've got that in writing and where it is, or if it's in writing, it's in the,
The CEO will consider whether we can provide that information at a later point around the certification process that would apply to other things probably within our fleet. Councillor Bland.
And just to follow up on that, which follows up with the information that Councillor Arthur is asking, at what date and how long ago were we required to do that? So is it a current change with national, the heavy vehicle regs, or has it been in for the last 20 years?
We'll find out. when the
Because
planning-
if it was date driven, then usually there is a time period for changeover, and yet we've pulled ours off the road. So if there was a time period that we had and we missed it, or are we still in some sort of time frame that we could still be actually functioning?
Follow up on that, I think. At this stage, we don't know. Councillor Ling, is it same subject or different?
Same subject, in
Oh,
in accordance with the Local Government Act, as is a question without notice, I would move that a full response be recorded with this question.
Ling is moved. It's a response, so it's incorporated in the minutes. There a seconder. Councillor Yench is the seconder. This is in relation to this subject, that a full response be incorporated into the minutes. Somewhat complicated, councillors, and the changeover and the different exemption notices and the different hitch requirements, and I would think this would probably then move on to applying to tractors and various anything else with a connection point at some point.
I think worthy we continue monitoring this, and our community need to know.
Okay. Speaking to the motion, you're done.
Thank you.
Councillor Yench,
Happy, thank you.
is there anyone else wish to speak for or against the motion? All right, I'll declare it closed and put the motion. All those in favour? Against, sorry, that's carried unanimously. Okay, that response will be forthwith. Councillor Yench, we're in questions without notice. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Waddling back to Granites Road, I am unsure as to whether, did we explore the option of running or having an easement through the Uniting Church vacant land to the pipework for the stormwater? Because
Uniting Church being the church, it's no longer
The
the
church
Uniting
on the-
Church.
correct, but the old tennis court area is vacant, and from memory, though, it is several blocks, so I think there are several titles to it. Whether it is feasible to explore a easement down the side of the vacant block, may be a lot cheaper than trying to tear the road up.
So, councillor, there's two parts to this. I'll have a go at answering them. Is, in words, tearing the road up would happen in either options that we would have adopted, and the option that council has adopted last meeting, from memory, will involve tearing up less of the road, believe it or not, because it won't have to be profiled back to a level. Nonetheless, the drain will have to be excavated out, because that's really the cause of the problem now. So the question becomes, if you were to run water where the present drain is under any circumstance, you put a very deep drain in to avoid the water seeping up, or you can go, which council has endorsed, and that's to go around the corner the other way. So you're still going to put water under the road by the Uniting Church, as you say, either way. So I'd be fair to say I don't believe we did look at that, but the water would still have to, in your example, come under the road to get over to that side by what was the Uniting Church. I think I'm right, James, we wouldn't have investigated that. Who owns, sorry, I shouldn't ask, who owns the Uniting Church?
Maybe the Uniting Church.
Uniting Church.
The Uniting Church might own it, still very nice church. You still got it, yes.
Therefore, Mr. Mayor, I don't wish to move a motion that we explore it, but other than if in the system, if it has legs, then we can potentially explore it. But if it doesn't have legs, it's not worth pursuing. Thank you.
I think where we'll end up with the water in the same spot was where it would end up going under the road again, to be quite honest.
That's right.
Given there's probably enough fall to go where we're going, it's probably fine. Councillors, any further questions without notice?
Yes, Mr Mayor.
Mm-hmm.
Is it the fact that we have been sending someone out to help the grader drivers change the position of their graders because they are no longer allowed to have their utilities on A-frames behind the graders?
Councillor, I'll get James to answer. 2 of the 3 patrol grader drivers' utes were changed over a few months ago. New utes.
Pretty, Mr Mayor, that's a process I alluded to before. So we're undertaking the process of engineering an A-frame that will allow us to tow those utes behind our graders, and that's where we've discovered the non-compliance between the tow hitches and these A-frames. So that process, exactly what we're talking about there, is what initiated the other process. So at the moment, the grader operators amongst themselves are shifting themselves around the district.
How can they shift themselves?
Between the operators. So
There's 2 of them still helping each other. The other thing is, why isn't it, and it hasn't been for some time apparently, acceptable for our grader drivers to move with the ute on the A-frame behind the grader and the roller? It's done in many, many other councils.
Through you, Mr Mayor, that the ability for us to tow an A-frame behind, on the front of a ute behind our grader will be a part of the new grader notice, which will be in effect in a matter of weeks. So prior to that, the old grader notice did not provide provision for us to do that. Other councils may have received a special permit. I can't comment on.
From what I've been told, it's quite simple to get an exemption. Now, if that is the case, why aren't we? Why haven't we?
So we're in the process, councillor, and there has been a change in that gazettal notice around graders. So I think we probably just need a couple more weeks or a month to sort this out. Because I think I know what you're referring to. There's some different rules for crossing highways and XYZ. Any other questions?
We'll keep on this station.
Keep on this station. I'm always on this station. There being no other questions without notice, we'll move to item 6.1, the Mayor's report. Let's talk about something. We had an interesting meeting with not many members of the public at Tintinara around road safety strategy, which is Tintinara. That was the beginning of my report. Which some people put some interesting options to the department around their safety strategy and probably commented more on the present condition of the Dukes Highway. The department, Mr. Braxton Smith, was in attendance, so any higher than that. You'll note there we took some photo opportunities on the 5th of March around 2 projects at Tintinara. It was last Friday week, around the local roads and community infrastructure program, and local. Good meeting with both those groups of people around that, see where we're at. You'll note that we're dealing with quite a bit around landscape board planning and climate and sustainability and the Coastal Council's Coastal Alliance in various forms at the moment too, and I was pleased to attend last Friday the opening of the community garden. That's probably the most of it. I did actually just today, just before this meeting, discuss with the Commonwealth Drought Initiative at Tailem Bendy. There was quite a good turnout of public as well as all the different groupings there. And that's a new federal department, is it, of drought and flood, I think it was called, which is interesting in itself. Media opportunities. Sorry, Ashley, that didn't happen on the 11th. For a variety of reasons. Any questions? Councillor Qualman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was going to ask you the very first one, but you explained that. How did the rating review public meeting at Canalpin go last night? Poorly.
Quite amicable.
3 ratepayers are in attendance.
Yeah.
And, yeah, I suppose you have to ask the people in attendance. I mean, I hope we as a group of councillors understand what we're proposing. It's fair to say as we go, time moves on, our rates officers helping me understand the nuances of different rates. And there's a question earlier today around how that might have worked or not worked perfectly. So I'd encourage everyone to come to Menengi tomorrow night. We're at the bowling club tomorrow night, Councillor Bland.
As I know, yes.
At 6 p.m. or on Thursday night at 6 p.m. here to hear the public's comments around our proposed changes to the rating system. Okay. Any other questions? Okay. Other councillors' report. Councillor Taylor's got a long report there. The rest of you are on the 3-month rule. That's fine. Councillor Taylor, you wish to add anything? Okay. 7.1, motions without notice, councillors. There being none.
Sorry, Mr Mayor. Yes, I have got a motion. Sorry.
Hand up's really good, councillor.
Yes, it is. As part of the finance, as part of the finance accountability of council, an account be installed for the infrastructure and assets of the council. Opening balance will start at this year of the $149,000 of the sale of infrastructure and assets. I've been.
Just get the motion right, councillor.
Yeah, sorry, that part of the finance committee, the opening balance will start, yeah. Hang on, as part of the finance committee, a infrastructure and asset reserve account. Opened, applied, whatever you want to put.
You got a written, councillor.
Starting from the 1st of July 2020.
Councillor, I'm going to ask you.
Yep.
To actually put that in a more formal sense for the next meeting.
I'll do that.
I'm struggling, and I think I'm getting the gist of it. I think that
I've lost my wording.
Yeah, no, I
did have it here.
I think the more appropriate thing might be to
I'll grab the wrong piece of paper. That's
to lodge it. The next ordinary meeting is a motion with notice, or if we have a finance committee meeting, if it's related to that, you could do it in that committee prior to that. Someone
Next week we have
next week, so it might be better. The audit committee.
I'll put it as a notice of motion.
One of the other councillors, if that's okay with you. I think we're probably in the stage that that'll be too hard for us to consider properly right now.
Yeah.
That's all right?
Yes, I've grabbed the wrong piece.
Always good. Councillors, any other motions without notice? Okay, Chief Executive Officer's report. There is a recommendation there. Councillor Taylor.
Question?
Absolutely.
First of all, did these projects have to go forward? So have the projects been put forward as the projects in order to spend the money?
Council endorsed them to be submitted to the federal government, and the federal government has said all but one of them they approve of.
Through you, Mayor. So the federal government has said reallocate the amount of money that would have been spent on the cheese factory? And they've given permission to just reallocate to any of those projects?
In fact, it could be to any of those projects, or it could be to another project. And then we would just put the new project back to the Commonwealth Government for their approval of that new project. There was still some time to do that.
So through you, Mayor, are there any other outstanding projects which would amount to to around about $18,000 that we could come up with, rather than just to put it into the giant pot, which is sealed roads?
You're asking me, councillor.
Yes, Mayor.
I'm unaware of any off the top of my head. But if you'd wish to nominate one or two, it's open for debate. There's no motion yet.
So how long have we got?
Well, my next question, is how long have we got? Very good question. How long before this funds have to be expended? How long do we have to lodge a question for approval? There'll be two parts to the question.
So the Commonwealth are already aware that, because they've said no to that one, that we have an outstanding $18,000. They will, there was not plenty of time, but there was time for us to go back to them and say, we want to use the 18,000 for something else. So it would be useful if, as a chamber, you decided whether it's 18,000 for roads or something else. It's not unlimited time. I can't give you the exact date of when we need to go back to them, but they would want it sooner rather than later.
So, Mayor, I just feel that when we've got grant funding, which can be of benefit to the community, all being said, of course, the roads do benefit the community. I just feel that we've got an opportunity to spend it on maybe one of the other outstanding projects which did not receive funding, although off the top of my head, I can't name them all. And perhaps we need to think about where we would spend that 18,335 rather than just sink it into roads.
Entirely reasonable if you want to do it that way. I'm going to take councillors Coleman and Roundtree. Will I find a new pen?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. And thanks to Councillor Taylor. We're on the same page. I was about to ask very similar to that, because I feel that amount just going into the sealed roads assessment, we want to call it, would be just like a drop in the ocean. And I'm also trying to think of some little project around the place, you know, like a driveway or broken curbing or something individual to spend that money. So it's just like a separate item, and I hope we could come up eventually with some idea within the time frame. Thank you.
Okay, councillor Roundtree.
Yep, supporting both councillor Taylor and Coleman. I had the same
Hope you got
concern.
questions. We're sort of.
My concern was,
my
question is then, can we consider as part of the budget bids that are coming up, can we defer this money to that process?
You may, no, it would get murky.
Okay. Then I agree that we should look for some of the other projects and apply it there, because it's a little, that amount of money can do a lot in one project, and it is only a tiny amount for roads.
Councillor Bland, and I think councillor Lang.
Just a quick question, and
We win questions, yes.
probably know the answer in relation to this one. However, is it possible with some of the projects that are potentially going forward in our new community plan to look at a feasibility around some of those?
It goes, through you, Mayor, it goes back to the question around the amphitheatre. Feasibility studies are very difficult
Yeah, okay.
to be part of a grant process.
Thank you.
It's generally an actual project to do something.
Councillor, sorry, Lang will be next, and then I think councillor Arthur.
Through the chair, if we choose not to put this 18,000 sum into the roads, does it need to be one of the listed projects here, or could we add it to, let's say, the budget for Wadmore House? That definitely needs attention.
A good question, as Wadmore House was funded under a different
That
program.
was under the previous.
So we're just going to pull up two things. We're going to pull up what projects were not successful in our own internal community grants.
I think they're all, I don't think we have any.
No, we had 3 or 4. I thought we had 3 or 4.
Our community grants one, Mayor.
Yeah.
They're all funded.
So I would remind councillors that our first round of our own community grants was nearly fully expended the budget. So I understand at this stage we will not be going out for a second round because there's nothing to spend. That's why I'm asking if there was any that missed out last time. Just going to take that machine's fantastic. The second part of your question, councillor, was?
Could it be used for Wadmore House?
Well, I
Continue work on fixing up Wadmore.
It probably could be.
So it could be, but again, we aren't ready to do that next big body of work. Now, that next body of work on Lord Moore House, if my gut feeling is correct, is going to be a big number in terms of the house and just because what we've done now with the 60,000 is really to make safe and to make sure that bits and pieces are tidied up more than anything. But the next part of it will be quite a bigger project in terms of the house itself, the gardens, the shed, make them. And then before we even do that, we have to go back to the community for some community consultation about the use of it. So we could put the 18,000 there, but it would be difficult for us to couch a project around it that would get approval. So.
I've got Councillor Arthur, then Councillor Taylor again, and I'm still in a general discussion, and Councillor Yes, and then I think I'm going to try and just wait for this information. Councillor Arthur.
Unusual, but I agree 100% with the staff on this one. We've got a time bomb at the present moment. It's called our sealed roads. We have got that many sealed roads that are in diabolical need of maintenance. All received a email I sent around last week. I've just done some things, just the verges of the roads. There is probably hundreds of thousands of dollars there going to be needed very soon because they are being destroyed. They're a big asset, our bitumen roads. Besides that, we have got pavement on bitumen roads, existing bitumen roads that are starting to fail, that have to be picked up. This is an opportunity and an opportunity to get something from the government to help fix up our maintenance program, which doesn't have to come out of ratepayers' pocket. Now, sooner or later, we are going to have to put in, $500,000 every year just to keep up with the maintenance on these roads. So I support 100% that. I know it's only $18,000, but $18,000 in another project is irrelevant.
Might pay for the tow hitches.
Okay. I've got councillors Taylor, Yench, and then Hill, and then we're going to bring it to some sort of position, hopefully, if we've got some more information. Where am I? Councillor Taylor, question.
Through you, Mayor, do I have to wait until this motion is shouted down before putting up another one?
No, you don't have to wait for anything, but I'm not going to allow a motion until all the councillors have spoken now. I've got two more that actually haven't spoken, and I think you've all had a bit of a general question. And so then at some stage we'll start with a recommendation or a motion when we've got the full amount of information up here. Councillor Yench.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I concur with Councillor Arthur. It'd be nice to drop it elsewhere, but the reality is we are running out of time. And if we submit a project that could potentially be knocked off because it doesn't fit, we may lose the money. Let's drop it into where it can get immediate benefit now. So I would support the recommendation.
No, there's no motion yet.
Well,
Councillor.
there will be.
Councillor Hill.
I also concur with Councillor Arthur. We have been very fortunate as a council, regardless of the circumstances. We've had a number of community projects be funded, and it's been pretty evenly spread across the council area. And roads are just somewhere where I think that's our next major. We need to be looking at the sealed roads, the condition of the roads, and I think we really 18,000 can go some way to doing, in addition to the existing amount that's already been allocated. It just gets another bit done, and I think it's time the roads were getting attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Sorry, I'm reading this information of the department, which.
And it is true.
So what the point of this group of money is it needs to be spent by the 30th of June this year.
No, 21. Oh, that is this year, sorry. That's all right. I'm tired.
Morning.
Will we spend?
I'm in 21.
No, I'm in 21 too, sorry.
So I'm just interested in that advice because this funding was in number 2, phase 2. So I thought that wasn't the time frame. So I'm going to need some more confirmation around that.
Can I just read out that name?
Yeah. See, I'll read this out.
So this is from the department. It says you can divert the 18,335 to other projects or submit a new project to utilise remaining funds, and this can be done at a later date, although it is important to remember that projects will need to be physically completed by the 30th of June 21.
So James, you've got a different view.
This is
2. Aaron, we're talking
so
about round two.
We'll have to find out, Mayor.
We'll have to find
It's
out.
December
I'm gonna ask
21,
councillors
isn't
if they're happy to lie this one on the table.
December 21.
And we'll get all that roads done.
It's December 20. That's the advice from the department.
Councillors,
And it was for projects too.
what's the, can we just move on from this for a while? I've got no motion because I've got considerable confusion around the date that this money needs to be expended, A, and perhaps what other little projects we may have had in our previous list, B. So I'm going to let a bit more work go on with that, and if everyone's happy, we'll just move on. I have no motion, we'll come back to it. I'm sure someone will remind me.
Well, Mr Mayor, phase 2 was December 2021.
Yeah.
Phase 1 was June 2021,
The whatever it was, communication from the person in Canberra said.
unless they've
30
changed
June.
it.
Yeah, no, I accept what you're saying, councillor, but I just want to, we'll just tidy that up in the next 5 or 10 minutes. Can we move on to item 2, please?
Yep.
Local Government Reform Behavioural Management Framework. There is a recommendation. Councillor Arthur, are you scratching your back or are you indicating anything or what are you doing?
This sort of thing, I just scratch my head.
All right, councillor Taylor, are you moving the recommendation?
No, I'm not. I have a question, Mayor. The question is a workshop the right way to go? Can we not just submit our comments on this lengthy document? I particularly would like to, well, I've got a lot to say, actually. So I would rather submit electronically instead of a workshop.
What your wish was, even if we had a workshop, that would be fine.
We're open to-
We're open to suggestions, but there is a recommendation there.
Workshop plus.
So councillors, this will be a report from the council, not you as individuals, but I take on board what you're saying, councillor. You can contribute to the process in forming that position. We have a workshop on the 6th of April. Is that what I'm reading here?
Question.
Councillor Bland?
Through you, Mr Mayor, I personally would like to see us have a workshop as well as anyone who wishes to submit the questions in advance so people can consider them, but given that we are meant to agree as a council.
So point 3 would cover people submitting by other means than at a meeting. Council authorises the CEO to collate council's feedback and provide a submission to the LGA by the 9th of April. I don't think, Councillor Taylor, what you're asking is outside of that.
What I'm asking, Mayor, is that anything that I submit is not presented at a workshop.
No, that's fine. I accept that.
Thank you.
Councillor Yench.
I'm happy to move the motion as
Thank
is. Thank you.
Councillor Hill is the seconder. Councillor Yench is the mover. Any discussion, councillors?
One question, please,
Yeah.
Mayor. Anything submitted, can we submit, do we have to do it as a council or can we do a direct submission
This is
to
a
LGA?
as is council corporate submitting, not individually.
For you, Mayor, then, so the advice to councillor Taylor just then, your actual submission has to go into the council submission. Is
Yes.
our understanding of this. Which I would then circulate to all of you so that you are happy with my collation of that information. I don't see, that's my understanding of it, but we can get clarity on that if you want.
Question, you don't have to identify any particular individual's
Oh, no,
submission.
no, it just-
It's just collected as
Collective
our
view.
overall
Yeah.
submission.
Yeah.
I have a motion. Is there any further discussion? Okay, councillor Yench, closing.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I will close with, as point 3 clearly states, the Chief Executive Office to collate council's feedback. And I would expect that absolutely that everyone here who participates and puts material in, every other person, every other councillor would see that material because it is coming from council, not an individual. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Okay, I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Those against? Sorry, that's carried unanimously. Number 3, council policies, item 9 I'm on. Why did I jump on? No, I'm all right. Number 9, rating policy review. There is a-
Question?
Councillor Bland, yes.
Thank you. Mr Mayor, I've read this and I'd like to go straight to, initially anyway, straight to 7.3, the curbside waste management. Have a few concerns about
the way this has been changed. And firstly, in consideration of paragraph 1.7 on 7.3 is that we confirm the meaning of landfill dumps. I thought we got rid of landfill dumps many years ago. We don't have them anymore, so I'm surprised that's back in the document. So that is the last two words in that paragraph. The second part of it is in regards to paragraph 2, and section 13 of the regulations refer to collection of waste being charged based on percentage and only if the service is prescribed. Now, my understanding of our existing service is that we have a prescribed area of which took, as my memory serves me, and someone can advise me differently, a significant amount of consultation with the public and many hours in this room to have a look at how the prescribed areas would work. That's not mentioned at all in here, and that this policy is our policy, but it doesn't refer to the fact that we actually do have prescribed areas. If we are going to go back out to consultation and take out all the prescribed areas, then so be it. But at the moment, it's not even reflective in this area. And I have some great concerns about that. I do feel that we probably need to workshop, particularly this component of this policy, so that everybody understands what a prescribed area is and how we ended up with prescribed areas. There are winners and losers in all. It is not optional once you're in a prescribed area, but it's certainly optional when you're out. And the regulation does refer to prescribed areas.
Thank you, Councillor.
13, I think
Is there
it
a
is.
time frame this policy has to be adopted by? So, Councillor, you're concerned around the issue of,
Well, the language first, and secondly, it's not transparent.
particularly in relation to 7.3,
7.3.
7.3.
this is in relation to our rubbish service.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but we also have a curbside waste policy still, do we?
Curbside waste policy. Well, we don't know.
I'd like some clarification on particularly that point before we move forward, because we certainly have prescribed area. That has changed.
Through you, Mayor. Yep, can you add anything to that, or we can take that question on notice for you and then get back to you with further information?
See it workshopped so that people understand. Unless we're going out and changing it completely, then councillors need to understand what prescribed area means.
We might be back on the 6th, Councillor. Is that going to suit you? So this has come partially out of our rating review and some discrepancies there, or
I understand.
or different understandings of council's position. And so you would, at this stage, be in favour of us not adopting this policy now till we resolve 7.3?
Correct.
Okay, Councillor Roundtree.
In reading through the changes and looking at the bits all crossed out, some of those bits that have been crossed out are actually quite useful, like who to contact to lodge an objection and all the rest of it. I'm just wondering if we're taking it out of the policy, and I can see why you would, where would that information be parked for people to get hold of? Because it's still quite relevant.
Which page are you on, Councillor?
Of the whole document, probably 51 of 210, or actually 52, just like, well, late payment of rates, that information, who to contact. There's a whole swag of stuff from then on. 53, postponement of rates for seniors, goes on to who to contact if you don't think your valuation's correct, and the sale of land for non-payment of rates. I'm just wondering where that now sits if it's not in the policy.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, so that sits in the rates hardship policy, so there's all the.
It's a different one.
there,
Okay,
as well as application.
right. So there's two policies. Right.
Anyone else wish to?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, the very third paragraph of the rating policy, capital values are used to determine council rates, emergency service levy, and water and sewage rates. Not in our case, they are not used
This doesn't
for
look like
water
a
and
policy.
sewage rates. The water is a consumption and the sewage rate is a set fee. So it has got nothing to do with the valuation. So that should really be taken out. The other thing was 7.3. We were talking about that before when we were a little bit worried about this 500 metres, they get half charge and all that. It's only, and I'm reading it again, and it took me a couple of times because I'm a little bit slow sometimes. It only applies to the people that pay the charge. It doesn't apply to the people who don't pay the charge. So if you pay the charge and you're 500 metres away, or whatever it is, you can get the thing for half price. But as we only give the ability to use the dump to bin banks and places we go past, it's not going to be really effective. It really affect what we do at this stage. And the wording is quite good. I was a bit worried about it, to be quite honest with you.
So, councillor, take that on board. I'm of the view that probably a workshop, since we don't have to adopt this month, is probably appropriate. The issue of us understanding, and to my knowledge in this council, we have not had a discussion around our rubbish service as in defined areas, and understanding the difference between defined areas and bin banks, and the present policy versus
What might happen?
what we might go to is probably prudent. Is there any further discussion, or do we?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, just one
Yes.
other. We've been, James, Bridget and I have been listening to rubbish all morning, and it's about the regional
waste workshop.
regional waste strategy. So we're going to have a workshop very soon to provide the details to that strategy. So we should leave that until then.
So the question is, can that be possible on the 6th,
We'll have a look.
the next available workshop, so that there's possibility, if this was tidied up, this could be brought back to next month?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we would have significant documentation on how this system was set up previously, because there are a lot of presentations done previously around these prescribed areas, so that no one should be grey about it at all.
Including a review by the last councillor whether the service should be extended to
Council and
all
council,
ratepayers.
Correct.
So it might be interesting
It's a
to
Loses.
bring back some of that information that's relevant. We need a motion to defer that as well. Or
I'll move, sir.
you're moving what, councillor?
I move that we defer
Just tell us.
until further workshops have been successfully had on the subjects of rating.
Defer consideration of
Policy.
policy until particularly 7.3 of this policy has been workshopped.
Else anyone's concerned about? Just the policy. Related policies needs a few added into it, but we'll leave that alone.
Mayor, can I ask the CEO one
You
question?
can ask a question now, because I've got a motion. You might want to wait till I get a second.
It's regarding.
Hang on.
Sorry.
Councillor, thank you, Councillor Lang. Councillor Arthur?
Since when has the community vision plan taken over from the strategic management plan?
As of last
Don't we
meeting.
do a strategic management plan anymore? There's a community vision plan.
That's what we agreed to.
We agreed to last meeting, councillor, so
We've been talking about it for ages.
more envelopes.
Well, there's still a strategic management plan on the website.
So one of the issues,
Refer to.
that I
There is an
sure
issue
you
around
councillors
strategic.
constantly come up with is councillor is the ratepayer not discerning always the difference between our planning, building and development policy. Our strategic plan. So very early in this piece, I understand, and Councillor Hill led this one from memory, we will call this, as we're allowed to, our community vision plan, to try and differentiate that difference. So you do not have people saying, my goal is not included in our community vision.
True.
So we're trying to move to the word community vision. The very simple ways to stop confusion amongst ourselves and the ratepayers most of the time. That's why the policy will be rejigged as of the last meeting, as in being the way it'll be talked about.
You could have an answer to what they think of vision.
A vision. Well, I hope we've got some vision. I have a motion. Councillor Bland is pretty straightforward. Further clarification, and the clarification is that in particular, councillor, it's probably not good to have a question mark around there. If we could just take that out, please. Is that your only point of contention at this stage, councillor?
Yes. sure I'll bring up anything else later at the workshop.
Well, the workshop will be the clarification process. Councillors, you understanding what's in front of you? On the screen, that council adjourn the item until further clarification is provided, and that's particularly around 7.3 waste policy.
Correct.
Adjourning, finished. I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Those against? It's carried unanimously. Revocation of building inspection policy, item 2.
I move.
Councillor Lang has moved. Councillor, I'm going to take Councillor Lang as the mover first. You have a question, Councillor Roundtree?
No, I'm happy to second.
You're a seconder, righto. Is there any discussion around this policy? This recommendation, sorry. Those, thank you. I put the motion. All those in favour? Those against? It's carried unanimously. Item 3.
Happy to move that way.
Councillor Roundtree and then Councillor, you're moving it, Councillor
Yes, I
Roundtree.
am.
Taylor, you're seconding it. You wish to speak to it, Councillor Roundtree?
No, I think it's good. So, yep, close.
Seconder reserves. Fine. Councillor Hill? You just,
I was just going to second.
no, fine, you've got nothing to add. Is there anyone else? Councillor Bland?
Question, certainly during the previous elections, we've certainly had problems, and probably more on the highway here, where people either put them at the wrong height, didn't clean them up in timely fashion, and it was complaints came to council, put out too early. How will they know who they're complaining to, and what are we going to be doing about it at the end of the day? We're still going to be picking up the problem.
I suspect they'll still be complaining to me. And we will find a way around that to work out what to do, whether it's within the guidelines, whether it's a safety issue, how, in terms of risk for the signs, are they an eyesore, all the things that you would generally consider, or is it just 2 weeks out of our lives that we'll never get back in terms of those signs?
I know it was last time, it was a headache, and it's probably still going to be a headache for us, so.
And through you, Mayor, it's a headache for every council, every time.
Leave it at that.
Councillor Roundtree will close.
Close.
Mr Mayor, you would think the LGA would get up to date on the acronyms for the government department. They've still got DEPTI in here instead of DIT.
I think it was printed, Mayor, at the time before it changed its name.
And by the time we get to next week, it could be different. I put the motion. All those in favour? Those against? That's carried unanimously. Item, we move to number 10. This is the Coorong Finance Committee minutes of the meeting. Councillors, someone move the recommendation, please. Councillors Roundtree and Bland. Discussion. There being none.
Sorry, Mr Mayor. Yes, there is. Just the report from on the CWMS scheme. If you look at the minutes and then you look at the report, the minutes say the report's been accepted, and the agenda says we're looking into it. So really, there's no decision being made. There's nothing that was brought forward at that meeting except that we're going to do something about it. So, you know, like, people look at these minutes and agendas and wonder what the hell we're talking about. And why are we accepting something that we've done nothing about?
Probably said we're going to do nothing.
Wouldn't it be better to put it in there that it is still proceeding with, you know, we're still looking into that? I know we can call it mirrors and look into it, but, you know, like, it's giving a fairer look at what's happening.
In relation to the swim schemes, work is still ongoing, and that's in our hands with the consultants as well.
So you, Mayor, and I'll just give an update, but we were looking at doing Remember, probably about this time last year, we had Gelpins come and do a presentation to council on CWMS. We've asked them to review that and make it more contemporary, to come back and provide you with further information around that. So,
Process is not complete, councillor. I'll try again to put the motion. Closed.
Closed.
All those in favour? Those against? Will be carried unanimously. Yeah, I've lost my page. Item number 2, the Tintinara Hall Committee minutes. Recommendation, don't rush me.
I'll move that way, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Arthur and then
I'll second.
Councillor Roundtree. Out of that, Councillor Qualman.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just a question. It says recommendation that the council receive minutes of the Tintinara War Memorial Hall Committee, 17th of February. And then down further here, it says committees will put forward 3 recommendations to council, and there's, long-term consideration, updating the hall kitchen, await insulation information regarding murals, relay to lighting source. Well, if there are recommendations down there, why are they aren't up in the square up the top? Because it just says note reports, and it doesn't really stress recommendations.
So councillor, if we just go to the last paragraph in relation to the committee's recommendations, council can advise that a budget bid for the Tintinara War Memorial Hall kitchen and toilets upgrade has been included in the forthcoming 21-22 budget. Council is in receipt of the information, the war murals in the hall foyer, and is now sourcing quotes for the sign to be installed. And the third one is a bio. What is a bio box? Don't tell me what a bio.
no idea, mate.
There you go. The third one's a bit more interesting. Councillor, I think that the challenge, and it's been for a while with this sort of committee, is to take community committee recommendations, not our own committees, and turn them into action. What I want to do here is turn them into action.
No, it is our committee. It's a section 41.
Yeah, I know it's our committee, but it's
Section 41 committees only make recommendations.
to us.
In theory, they should have their minutes and then recommendations at the end. Correct? No,
What I'm trying to say.
we've been doing it wrong for 12 years.
I've just asked the question.
Yeah, no, I accept that, councillor, but in trying to take committee minutes where councillors don't dominate and then convert them into action has been a problematic area for us for some time. Councillor Roundtree.
And I'm just following up on what you just said there. How are we resolving that? So when this does happen, there is a recommendation to council and there is some words around it. How do we as an elected member body keep track of those recommendations and where they sit in the system?
Through you, Mayor.
Ask council.
We have started to,
Hang on, we're over here, councillor Bland. I know you've got your hand up.
I was going to answer the questions. We've got a
we
motion on
have,
the books.
we have now started to record all the requests that come through the section 41s. Some of them are basic maintenance that we just have to do and make sure that they're in our system and done. The 3 that are first one, it's a large request, so that would go through a budget process and be assessed. The second one is a very small plaque just to recognise the memorabilia that's in the hall, and Patsy is working with the committee to get some words around that. So that, in a sense, is a very small thing that we would just put a plaque up. And the third one is we would have to do some more investigation of what that actually is, whether it is actually a budget request or whether it's part of a maintenance.
So the second part of that question is, does this get communicated back to the Tintinara committee?
Yes.
Do we as elected members get a to-do list that shows where this is all going and where it's tracking? Is that proposed?
So we're looking at how we might incorporate it into the info doc every
Okay,
month.
that would be perfect. Yep. Thank you.
Councillor Bland,
I was
you're
just
very
going-
amused.
Well, it's because I reckon for I don't know how many years I've been asking for that, exactly this information to be included, because the criticisms we get from within the communities is that this information goes up to council. We never hear what's happening. And we as councillors, who are often the first line when it comes back, also don't hear what is happening. So the question was, could it please go into an action list that shows that it is maintenance as usual, or it will be a budget bid, or extra. And I understand that a lot of it will be maintenance as usual, but
You'd be referring to something like the cemetery committees in this format?
Any section committee
Yeah, yeah,
Section
should go into
41
that
should be on
if
the
there
list.
is actually any costings or work that needs to be done by council, because most of us are waiting to find out where that sits and how that's happening. And the questions are often about, what is council doing about this?
Exactly. So it appears that we're working on a new reporting mechanism around the recommendations of section 41 in the community.
Mr. Mayor, with all due respects, normally the letter from the council says we received your minutes and looking into them. They they never have, as long as I've been there, said, yes, we will be doing this, or no, we won't be doing that. It's just acknowledgement of the minutes. That's virtually all it is.
Thank you, councillor Arthur. We can make sure that our response will note the three things that would, and sometimes it might be, we won't consider it at this time. There may be we do nothing.
Or we're not doing anything.
Yes, or it may be that it's not considered urgent, but yes, we will make sure that we put in that return response, what's going on with each of the three of them for them.
Thank you. I still have the recommendation as it is. Councillor Arthur, you've moved it. You're closing. Thank you. I'll put the motion as it is. All those in favour? Those against? That's carried unanimously. Next item is a piece of paper. Marylands and Riverland LGA minutes of the meeting held on the 5th of February. I wish to move that way. Councillor Qualman, thank you.
Can I ask a question,
You
please?
can after I get a seconder. Councillor Yench. Yes, Councillor Roundtree.
Was there anything from the CEO's perspective that stood out in that meeting? And the two areas that stand out to me is the roadside management. Was there any, because we've looked at that and we've debated that a bit ourselves. Is there anything more to add from discussions around roadside management?
I was actually an apology for that meeting, but
Okay,
sorry.
that's all right.
But no, there was nothing.
Nothing
But I
stood
can
out.
follow that up and see if there was any other discussion that I wasn't aware of.
Councillor, I think in relation to roadside management, it's felt that the present provisions of the Native Veg branch at this stage don't need any more adjustment from a regional level.
All
That was my memory of what that discussion was. I'm probably the only one there. Second, you had 2 points.
No, it's all right. I think that
No?
doesn't matter, my second one.
Any other discussion around this? Okay. Thank you, councillor Qualman. Put the motion. All those in favour? Those against? That's carried unanimously. Move to community and corporate elected member review, elected representation review options paper. 11.1. There's a recommendation there, councillors.
Mr. Mayor, can we just suspend meeting procedures to discuss this?
The leave of the meeting. Everyone happy to suspend for 10 minutes?
Yep.
Okay, the leave of the meeting 10 minutes, please. Okay, councillor Arthur.
Well, the projected options that have been given here, this workshop wasn't recorded because I've looked everywhere to find a recording of it. Because I am 130% sure that the general perception was it was elected mayor. We would go for an elected mayor because it's going to be an elected mayor in, when the things go in front. So that was my understanding. So that option hasn't even been put into here as an elected mayor, which just changes everything. I know my personal option was 7 members, no wards, and an elected mayor. But I thought the backing of nearly everyone was an elected mayor.
Mr. Mayor,
People correct me if I'm wrong.
I think Councillor Arthur is largely right, but it was left open because of the interpretation in regards to the fact that the state government may legislate to do it before the next election, or they may stumble at the next jump and it could happen at the election following. So that's where the ambiguity, I believe, came in.
Councillor Taylor.
Through you, Mayor. So my recollection is that it was elected mayor, that there were no wards, and there was just a difference of opinion on. But the options are a bit spurious because the first 4 of them basically say wards. And the last option just says no wards. So there's no other options for no wards, 9 councillors, no wards, 8 councillors, no wards, 7 councillors. So the options are loaded, if you like.
I'm trying to just discern whether, I think the Act says we have to put forward present and various other options. I think that's what the Act says. And you'll go on, Captain.
And I also had a conversation with their consultant for that very reason, all the concerns that you're raising. And he said we have to be, I'm not sure if you use the word bland, but it has to be as expansive as possible for the community to make a decision about what they think. So it could be a combination of the options at the end of the day. It doesn't have to be option 1, option 2. But because I was thinking it's not as overt as it should be from the discussion, but his view is that all of the options have to be put out there for discussion.
Okay, so is what you're saying that because it's confusing then, if that's the case, the workshop held states provides an overview of current structure, outlines future options, but if that's the case where the options are expansive, it's sort of laid out here as 5 options where 4 of them are pretty much business as usual with less councillors. So that's kind of not. I'd just like to see a reflection of what was stated in the meeting, which was more options for no wards, because quite a few people in the room stated no wards, and also irrespective of whether or not this includes elected mayor or not. The discussion was around no wards and then a reduction in the number of councillors.
So the consultant was very,
Yes, no,
was very careful in saying that the paper can't lead the discussion in the public's mind from what the councillors want. It's more about feedback about the options in a sense, and then we put a report to council based on that.
I appreciate what you're saying, but it is leading. So it's leading by saying current ward structure, 3 wards, 3 wards, 3 wards, or the last option, no wards. So anyone reading this and looking at option 5 would just say the only choice we have for no wards is no wards. Does that mean there are no council members as well?
I see what you're saying.
You're saying in the text of that, it doesn't describe no wards as equaling X number of councillors, is it?
Well, I would have said that if you're going to put forward all options, then you would have 3 wards, 9 councillors, 3 wards, 8 councillors, 3 wards, 7 councillors, and then no wards, 9 councillors, no wards, 8 councillors, no wards, 7 councillors, which gives you the full list of options. Otherwise, anyone that's looking at this would just say, oh, well, the only option for no wards doesn't seem to have any councillors at all. So you would add to the list rather than change the current list.
And through you, Mayor, you could also summarise that by putting option 2 is 3 wards with 9, 7, 8, whatever, and then do option 3, no wards, 7, 8, 9. You know,
So
you could
councillors
split it
in
up like that.
Public consultation, as soon as you have wards, you're going to have to delineate the number of councillors, because there is the quota to deal with. Whereas if you were to be perhaps giving more detail to the no wards option, you might want to detail how many councillors.
You would just put in no wards, 9 councillors, no wards, 8 councillors, no wards, 7, which is what was the crux of the discussion in the room on the day.
So on that page, when I'm reading it, option 5, no wards, doesn't really say, does it?
Well, no wards doesn't mean anything. It just means, because it doesn't explain.
Very efficient council.
It doesn't explain to the ratepayers what that actually means. It suggests that, well, what does that mean regarding the number of councillors? So it would be option 5, perhaps no wards, 9 councillors. Option 6, no wards, 8 councillors. Option 7, no wards, 7 councillors. That would give you the full range. At the moment, you've just got 4 options for wards.
Okay, so you think that would be a reasonable addition to this to go to public consultation? Is that
Yes.
Looking for clarity, yes.
Yeah, okay, we will take that on board. I'm going to just quickly, I can see what you're saying there. At present, 35 councils within the state have abolished wards. All bar one of these is out of metropolitan or regional. So I think there's probably 49, 50 councils. So 2/3 of rural councils have no wards. I just refer to page 6 of this document in relation to the presiding member and the current position. It should also be noted that the Statutes Amendments Local Government Review Bill 2020 seeks to abolish the position of the selected chairperson, which is how this council is. And we're only one of 15 councils that do it this way. That is the bill that's in the upper house of State Parliament present, awaiting, along with some other issues. So
Through you, Mayor, we're
we
not
are in an
beholden
awkward
to that,
position
though.
in that we are trying to second guess. We have no choice, as I understand it, at this stage, to second guess that process.
But in saying that we're not beholden to that decision, we can still do a no,
Not eventually.
we don't have to do it, just, we don't have to wait for that to happen
The
before we
wards
can
is a
do
separate
it.
decision to that, councillor, yes.
Yeah, so we could still, and I was very much agreeing with councillor Arthur, I thought that was a decision we had.
Well, yeah, but we're going to public consultation, so we've got to put all
Yeah.
options.
Public have to
That's the
decide.
issue.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
I think I'm picking up, or if I find a recommendation somewhere,
So it's a report.
Mr Mayor, councillor Hill?
That won't go to the public domain, that report.
so,
So, Mayor, Mr Mayor?
yes, yes.
So I would suggest in that section where it says no wards, that there's another paragraph added into there to clarify that there is still a decision around how many councillors are within that no wards. My recollection of the discussion was that while there was a preference perhaps to go for no wards in this chamber,
Wasn't in
I do recall that there was perhaps do one thing first and then go the elected mayor as a second step. I did think we were saying, let's go to the public consultation on this first, rather than, and then wait and see what the state government was going to do. So that was my recollection.
No, I take on board that, councillor. So I think in option 5, where it says no wards in here, just before the word discussion, we might want to detail number of councillors 9, 8, 7, perhaps. Is that
We can
what-
just expand on that. report.
expand on that report in that area? Is that what the elected members feel?
Well, Mr Mayor, this is the options that are sent to me, and I said, well, I want an elected mayor. I want to elect me mayor.
So
You haven't given me an
That's a
option for that.
separate.
Now, option 2, 3 and 4, why can't you make that 3 wards with 7, 8 or 9 members? Let them make their mind up how many members they want in the 3 ward situation. The current ward structure, which is 3 wards, 9 council members. And then a couple of options on elected mayor. An elected mayor with no wards, an elected mayor with wards, and maybe one less councillor. But at the present moment, if I get that as a ratepayer, oh, well, why can't I elect the mayor? There's no option there for an elected mayor. And I think, you
Because
know,
we
like
didn't agree to it.
the time we are mature enough now as a council to go for an elected mayor.
yes.
Sorry, sorry, Mr Mayor, but that's, you know.
So this is quite challenging because the rules can be changed halfway through.
2 lots of consultation.
There's 2 lots of consultation periods. There's a first and a second, which hopefully the rules are clarified before we get to the second, you'd hope. The position of presiding member, if you change to an elected, a mayor elected at large, changes in that they no longer have a deliberative vote in this chamber.
I realise.
Therefore, some people will feel that it's important that the number of elected members on the floor of council is uneven, an odd number, to at least give the chance of the elected members deciding, not the casting vote of a mayor.
That's fine, Mr Mayor, but this is not even implying
Well, then you'd go to.
that an elected mayor is an option.
So how do we imply that better?
No, like it's spending, we're
We are
spending,
quite entitled to imply
we're
it.
spending $15,000 on this of ratepayers' money.
Well, just-
And do we have to, if the rules change and we have to have an elected mayor, do we have to go back to public consultation again afterwards?
The complicating factor is that the current legislation, not potentially the one in Parliament, is that if we
It doesn't matter.
if we
If
go
that's what the community wants,
we go to
the
an
league should get.
well, yeah. If we go to an elected mayor at large, all of the council has to go to a vote to decide that. That's the current legislation. Now, awaiting for the 15 councillors that are in this position for a decision to be made in the upper house and then gazetted, and then seeing if the minister would want to make some regulations around transitioning that process, is we don't know where that's at.
Why?
Yeah. Why
We are
can't we
going
just
to
have-
public consultation.
You have
If the
to.
public come out and say, look, we want an elected mayor with 8 no ward members, surely that's what public consultation's
Yeah, I know.
about.
I take on
Now,
board.
whether they change the legislator later, that doesn't matter. It's what the public want now.
How do we emphasise that?
Through you, Mayor, you would, suggestion is that you would emphasise in your document that the chamber, if the public consultation drew the conclusion that they would like to elect the mayor, it would make sense to then have an uneven number of councillors in the chamber, so that the chamber are then the ones making the decision regarding whatever is placed before them. Only where there's an absence in the chamber would the mayor have the deliberative vote. And then explain to them that if you've got an even number of councillors, then you're always in danger at every vote of coming out with a lost motion, because it's going to be 3-3, 4-4.
Challenge, councillor, is in an even number of voters by whatever circumstance on the floor. I mean, there's a quorum that the presiding member doesn't have 2 votes. He only has the one, but he or she, I might add.
I said that, Mayor. I said that. It's not the mayor that has you're trying to explain why there would be an uneven number of councillors and an elected mayor.
The point of the discussion is, under moving to a elected mayor at large, you won't have a tie vote.
No, that's not what you're saying. Surely you're trying to tell the public, if they go to an elected mayor, this is the recommendation for the number of councillors in the chamber, and why.
And what you're saying,
Either or
there's
makes no
2
difference.
moving parts, and unfortunately one of them we don't know where it's moving to.
But it doesn't make any difference, because either we go with what will happen eventually if this gets up, in which case there'll be no change, or we don't. Either case, it's down to the public at large. If we're going to a consultation with the ratepayers will decide. So they could decide that they just want the status quo, but it might change on them anyway if this legislation gets up.
Perhaps the broad, I'm trying to get to the broad point here. Is there sort of a online form that sort of give us your, or was that leading?
No, that's for you, Mayor. The second part of what we wanted advice from was we can go to face, setting aside the concerns you have with how the document's structured. We didn't put in how the consultation should occur, and it's one of those things where the consultation can just be a note in the local newspaper through to face consultation, and we wanted your view about where or how you wanted to do that. The second part is now, I think that if the chamber is happy, I'll and asking for a little bit of clarity, but we will need a special meeting to endorse the public consultation, because we do have a definite time frame around this where it has to be done.
So what's the time frame that we have to do the public consultation by?
Basically the end of the process, and work backwards from that. We need to go to the, sorry, September.
So the quickest way to do it would be by online survey or by a document sent out, which is a multiple choice questionnaire.
We can do, if the chamber doesn't want to do face-to-face, we will do some electronic means, as well as some advertisements in the 3 local newsletters, Facebook, what we would normally do.
The reason that it's my personal belief that we should go for electronic format or paper format is the potential for influence coming from elected members. So if the face-to-face consultation is just the staff, I'd say there'd be less likelihood of influence, but if it was face-to-face with the elected members, there could be an influence from the elected member. And we just want to make sure that that doesn't creep into the process.
We didn't come to the face-to-face public meetings.
If they were face-to-face, yeah.
Councillor Bland. Councillor
Sorry.
Yance after that. I'm trying to work out where we're at.
Actually, I'm going to take up the side of the people who aren't electronic, no different than I was last night, that don't have the ability to have electronic. So you need to do much more than electronic on this one, because most people are strongly used to having some form of wards or ward councillors. How that might look in the future is up to the public. And so I'm not only in favour of electronic. I think there has to be a balance of both and how that might look. It doesn't have to be a full-on, but it can be where a council officer is placed in a number of sites, as we have done in the past, and people can come in and have one-on-one conversation so they understand what is happening. They're going to talk to councillors anyway, whether we like it or not. And they have every right to. That's what we're there for. So from my point of view is that I do believe that particularly in the outer areas, they need to have some ability to pop in and talk to someone on a 1 or 2 days during that period.
Okay. I'm nearly at the end of, very much at the end of a 10-minute, but Councillor Yance will be the last, and then
Thank you, Mr Mayor.
back into some form.
I concur totally with Councillor Bland. You can stack things electronically and or in person. So if you have only one medium, you are at risk. As it comes to the mayor and the number of councillors, there seems to be consternation that it must be an odd number. Mayor has currently we have a deliberate vote because the mayor technically is the chairman. An elected mayor has a casting vote. So it doesn't matter whether there's 8 councillors or 6. There will never be a tie because the mayor is there to break it. Whatever number you will have even numbers at a meeting and potentially have tied votes. You may get it no matter what. The advantage in having an even number of councillors, we'll say 6 councillors and the 7th being the mayor, elected from the populace, is that it gives the mayor a better handle on being an active member of council rather than just a figurehead. You become more active in your community because you have a vote. And the advantage that we've had in this chamber over the last 25 odd years has been that the chairman / mayor has a vote and the community see that. So that aspect is important. And I think to be afraid of an even number of councillors because you're afraid of having a tied vote in the chamber with just the councillors is a bit silly. I think the mayor needs to be active. The mayor needs to be seen and engaged. Thank you.
Right, sorry. I've indicated we've finished the period of leave of the meeting, so I'm going to move back at 4:41 to some formality. Councillors, I've got 2 hands, but I'm going to start with you, Councillor Taylor. Are you wishing to move something or are we deferring this?
I was wishing to move that we defer it.
To a special meeting or to the issues that we are unsure about, and you going are around no wards number and the way that the present position of the presiding member is described in this form.
It's the list. So my issue is with the list. The list needs to be expanded if that's what we're presenting.
You think the best thing we can do is seek advice from our consultant on how this is quite prescribed, this process. That's why I'm being very careful.
Is it the list you're talking about in the report or something that's actually in the consultant's report, Councillor?
One that's at the start, which is in the report.
For council, it is this report that will go to the public.
Yeah, I appreciate that, but that one that's in there for council is also in the agenda.
We will ask the consultant, through you, Chair, we'll ask the consultant to expand on that list and be a bit more prescriptive around each of the options. Or we could take out all the options altogether and just refer to the document, which goes through the various options for the mayor, at large or within chamber, the ward councillors, and area councillors and all the options that you've got, and then he's divided them into the various options that may be suitable. So we can ask him for some guidance or some expansion on some of those so that it reflects in this document a little bit more clearly.
Yeah.
Yeah, he is very careful that, and he has a responsibility to ensure that he is not leading the community in terms of where they may decide. So he was loath to, when I asked him about that very issue of making sure that the document reflected the chamber in a sense, because, and you've all talked about that. He said he is not, he has a responsibility to make sure he doesn't lead the community in what they think should be done. He was very clear on that. So that's a little bit all over the place, but I'll see, we'll have a chat with him again to see whether he can make it more clear, and especially the report that goes to the council meeting, so we could have a special meeting.
Councillor, we're probably going to remove in your motion a special council meeting. It doesn't need to be in there. It could limit us.
Could I
It's
just
the next
have,
available, and we're aware of the timeframes.
Mhm.
Councillor Arthur.
could I just have clarifications? Do you have to present for the public consultation 5 options or not?
So you mean that was the number after consultation with Craig and in your workshops with him, that's what he came up with.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's not legislated though. Okay. Are you after a motion, sir?
I've got one.
Oh, you have.
That the item be adjourned to a special council meeting until further advice is sought regarding the options presented. You seconding that, councillor?
Well, yeah, I will. I will
Right.
second it because it does need to come through. And just another couple of comments I'd like to make about this report. In one instant, he talks about statistics and populations in 2013. Then he jumps up to 2016. You know, if you're going to do a report, you stick on the 1 year, whether it's 2013 or 2016, I don't care. But also within that report, there's probably a little fallacies in there because he's worked, and according to his words, on assets. So, you know, where you've had big enterprises that have been bought up, you know, like it's bought up 10 properties, that becomes one asset now, according to him, you know, like there's a huge drop in the rateable properties and all these sorts of things. So, you know, like there's a little bit of ambiguity within the report. And particularly when you're using 2013 against 2016. The last statistics was 2016, am I correct? I think it was, yeah.
Okay,
No,
so
2018, wasn't it?
you want a bit of tidying up there.
16, right. Well, surely that's what you would use because that is really, the Bureau of Statistics is the only thing that you can go on.
Okay,
It just needs a little bit of tidying up.
councillor Bland,
I was just going to second it.
you missed the vote.
I
Yeah.
did.
Okay. Councillors, it's adjourned to a special meeting, but we need to seek further advice around those 2 principal issues. Does everyone understand that part of it? Okay. Councillor, closing.
Course.
Thank you. I put that motion from councillor Taylor there. All those in favour? Those against? It's carried unanimously. Number 2, delegations update, Planning, Development and Infrastructure Act 2016. There's a large recommendation there. Councillor Roundtree.
Can I add just a small amendment? I'd like to move it, but just with a small amendment if I'm.
We'll see. Righto.
This is an area I personally feel that I don't have a lot of experience in or understanding about delegations, nor do I fully understand the implications of elected members approving delegations and their powers and functions. So I would like to propose that it just says at the beginning of that motion that council, after advice and direction from the CEO, agree to, and then the rest of it. Just so that, that would make me more comfortable. Reason, I mean, as I was saying, the reason is it's quite a big body to peruse, and I don't understand what the implications are, if any, of us approving delegations for whatever, and what it means if something went wrong. You know, you do come back to council and say, well, you approved the delegations. or all the rest of it. So I would just like it to read that after advice and direction from the CEO, the council agree to, and then the rest of the motion, just so that we are aware that we are taking advice from somebody who does know what she's talking about.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. The risk is associated if the council doesn't approve delegations. So every part of the Act is currently with council. And then the duties associated with it are then delegated to the CEO to then perform that function. Otherwise, every single thing that needed a decision would have to come back. Every single thing operationally
Understand that.
would have to come back to council. So it's delegated that duty to the CEO. And then, so the CEO can sign up on permits for the trading table on the footpath, all those kind of things.
So is there any problem with putting in that after advice and direction from the CEO, we agree to?
Can I confirm, would you like that with every lot of delegations that come through?
Well, that was a fair whack of delegations. Yeah, why not? I mean, that could be.
So the CEO is going to suggest
Another way.
another way.
So what we might do, and this one's a fairly big one, and sometimes it's only because the Act has changed and 3 commas have moved and they've changed the number of the
Yeah.
actual position. What would it be more useful to put what the actual change was?
Yes,
So-
absolutely.
So if we put,
Would be, so then we have, because I mean, that was a lot to get through.
when
and
you
I
read it all, you
gave up.
think, well, which things change? So if we, at the beginning, maybe not in the recommendations, but in the structure of the report, we're more overt with what the actual change was.
That would be
for
very
that
handy.
particular issue.
But
And
is
if
there
it's
a-
a whole change, we'll say that the whole document has actually changed and the implications are A, B, and C.
So is there a issue with saying that after you give us advice, we do something? Is that an issue?
It's just not standard practice.
Hmm.
It's more because the recommendation is that you do that. And then through to the discussion and the questions and answers, it's your decision at the end of the day, regardless of my advice.
Alternatively, through you, Mr. Mayor, alternatively, all the delegations can come from the CEO's report rather than mine.
Oh, yes.
Mm.
And that way then, same thing.
That's the CEO's report.
To me, it's more about just trying to offer us a bit of protection, not protection. I just felt that it was an area I don't understand enough about to agree to anything really.
So even if we change 2 things, one is we'll put them in, because when we're going to start to think about restructuring these reports anyway, that they're rather than department reports, they're just reports to council, and they'll probably all have from the CEO. So that's one change that we're thinking about. The second one is that if we document the changes a little bit more in detail in these so that you have confidence about, what's changed. We'll have a look at, so the next lot we do, we'll have a look at how we do that. And if it makes sense, if it doesn't make sense, we'll come back to you and say, it's going to be 15 pages long, the changes. We recommend that, or whatever it is, what the change might have, what's the impact for you in giving the delegation back to me.
How do we resolve this one?
So with this one, my recommendation is you take it as read. But,
The councillor, I'm seeking whether you wish to still have that little bit inserted in the front or not, before I look for a seconder.
I would prefer to, if we can.
All right, so I'll look for a seconder. Councillor Arthur, you're seconding that with
Yes.
that council after advice and direction.
Yes, sorry, Mayor, for you, the only thing that looks a bit funny then is basically I'm giving you advice that you give me my delegations. So it's a bit like the fox in the hen house
Yes.
having control. I'm saying to you, on my advice, give me back these delegations. Whereas in a sense, it should be your decision to give the delegation to the CEO.
Should it be the mayor, perhaps? Throw him under
No.
the bus? No? Okay, well, I haven't had chance to read it all properly. I have no idea what I'm agreeing to.
Question?
No, because I'm with you in a while because I got 3. 1, 2, 3 before you. Sorry, councillor Hill. Yes. I have that motion there now. So we're now speaking to the motion, including that advice in front of us, but you could have, they could either withdraw it if they didn't like to, or it could be amended a bit later. But I'm going to go to Councillor Taylor, Councillor Ling, then Councillor Yench, then Councillor Hill. How's that?
Through you, Mayor, the problem with it anyway, with all delegations, is ultimately the council has authority, if you like, over the appointment of the chief executive officer. After that, anything that comes below the chief executive officer is at the control of the chief executive officer. So the third part, which is then such powers and functions may be further delegated by the chief executive officer. The ultimate kind of problem, if you like, or the ultimate responsibility sits with the chief executive officer, who would then be delegating whatever it is. Therefore, our role in it is almost negligible and immaterial because we only really have the authority over the chief executive officer. And therefore, the third paragraph kind of thing is the one that comes into play, and it gives us as councillors no protections at all, because I'm not suggesting that this chief executive officer would make a poor decision at all. But ultimately, it rests with the CEO.
So, page 34 of my agenda says that council has been advised of the change of the instruments of the PDI Act in order to correct errors in the delegation templates provided by the LGA. While these errors are minor in nature, there are no legislative amendments which affect council assessment panel, or the assessment manager. Hence, the new templates need to be adopted as soon as possible in order to supersede use of the former, perhaps erroneous templates.
But that's what I was talking about, the
Minor.
minor, and why this particular one has come to council. If that's not sufficient, we can expand on that, but for this particular case, this is the only reason this is coming to
Based
your
on that, I'll
attention.
withdraw my amendment and take it as written.
So you'll move it without
Yep.
the council after advice and direction, you'll amend, or you'll remove that. Councillor Arthur, you're happy with that?
Yeah. Just talking about it with
Councillor Lang.
Parliament today.
I think you resolved the issue. Thank you, Mr Chair. Oddly enough, as a result of a matter that arose at a Murray-Darling meeting recently in regard to delegation, I did look at the Local Government Act in regard to delegation. It all goes through the CEO. So,
Thank you. Councillor Yench.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Look, I'm happy now to proceed. I wasn't happy with the insertion. I believe it weakened our resolve as far as decision making. As a consequence, this is strong. We are the accountable ones. That's what it's about. Thank you.
Councillor Hill, sorry, I have never forgot you.
Resolved.
You're happy? Okay. Any further debate? Sorry, Councillor Roundtree, you happy for it?
Yes,
Close.
close, yep.
Therefore, I put the motion. All those in favour? Those against?
Oh, my hand was up.
I'm taking it as being up. That is carried unanimously. That gets us to Coorong Finance Committee budget review process. So councillors, I propose that we have a 10-minute break. There is a light afternoon tea in the foyer. 10 minutes for 5:06, please.
Just getting wound up too.
This one.
You're right. What do you have that show? Are they
All off.
now off, councillor?
Yes.
That means you are muted. We're back. Thank you. There's no other discussion around this item. Closing, councillor.
Close.
Put the motion. All those in favour? Those against? That's carried unanimously. Terms of reference, item number 4 of the Coorong Finance Committee, the recommendation. Councillor Bland moves. Councillor Roundtree, I presume, is the seconder. Councillor Bland, anything?
No, I think we've done this before, so.
Just ask that the activity timetable in that report just be emailed to us separately. Copy and paste it out, but if you could just send the activity report would be great.
Certainly. Anyone else? Closing, councillor. Thank you. I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Those against? That's carried unanimously again. Work program for the Finance Committee, item 5. Councillor Taylor, moving.
Moving.
Thank you. Councillor Hill, thank you. I presume you're seconding?
Yes.
Any discussion? Being none. I'm gonna put-
Mr Mayor, we are receiving this report. We are not okaying the sale of this equipment at this
No,
stage.
I think you're
Wrong
ahead of
one.
yourself, councillor.
Sorry?
We're not on that one
Wrong
yet.
one.
You're ahead of yourself.
Next one.
Oh, am I?
Right, early
Oh,
vote.
sorry.
You're ahead of yourself, councillor. I'm eating almonds.
I missed the 4s.
No. I put the motion, 5. All those in favour? Those against? That's carried unanimously. We move to infrastructure and assets, item 12, review of plant and equipment. There's a recommendation there, but
We have some discussion on that one through you, Mayor.
you can.
Thank you.
So what would you like to discuss?
Well, do we have to just suspend proceedings to talk about this
Yeah,
a bit
with the leave of
further?
the meeting,
Yes, please.
10 minutes.
Thank you. I have just a couple of questions. I just wanted to confirm that the difference between the selling and underutilised and non-compliant equipment is 54,740 over 2 financial years. That's right. What changed to cause the profiler and the Fendt tractor to become underutilised? Was that the A-frame you were talking about, or no? Really not mechanically minded, so
I'll
could you
start the
explain it?
answer, through you, Mayor. I'll start the answer, but I'll leave it to the technical expert. So my understanding is that when this particular piece of equipment was bought, we built roads in a particular way. As the years have gone by, how the roads are built does not require this piece of equipment. Correct? That's the simple version of it. James
We're
may
talking
have-
to the profiler.
Yes, and they go together in a sense, the tractor and the profiler.
How much did the profiler cost us to buy, and how much are we selling it for, and how much are we losing?
Oh, we're out of procedure, so I don't need to. Our purchase price. Machine. This loads in 2 seconds. For the profiler, it was $157,590. And for the tractor, $270,000.
Sorry, James, was that the sale price?
The
Purchase
purchase.
price.
So-
That was the purchase price back in 2014, 2015.
And so we're going to sell them for how much? Basically, what is our loss on these 2 items?
For the Fendt tractor, the estimated sale price is $170,000, so $100,000.
Mhm.
And the profiler is 90, so I think 100, so it's about a $70,000 profile.
So through you, Mayor, that won't be strictly correct because depreciation would have to come into it in terms of what the depreciated value of the asset is at this point in time. So that's not a,
Yes.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
not a-
so we need to know what that is. Yeah.
yeah, so it's not straight calculation of how much do we buy for, how much, because 5 years have passed.
We're open for discussion, councillors.
Mr Mayor, through you to James. The Isuzu water truck, for example, you say is now a non-compliant vehicle. This was specifically built for council and with the tipper body. So it was a specialist unit, especially built for council. And you're saying now that since rules have changed, these are no longer compliant. Now, I'd like to get an official adjudication on that, because that would mean that half the fleet in Australia, or South Australia, would be put off the road because they would be overweight. Now, I believe, well, I've been told that this thing hasn't got a compliant paint on it. And that's what it does need, a compliant paint from the officials, and it is then okay. The other one is the Mitsubishi water truck. I think when we did a little retro tour around the depot there, the staff, this was the best one they had, the one they liked. And also, why all of a sudden has this become non-compliant? If the National Heavy Vehicle Regulator has changed all the regulations so dramatically, you know, there's going to be councils, contractors, anyone that drives a truck is going to have an astronomical amount of expense. So before this is moved and we okay this, I'd like to get the full report on this, when it changed, how it changed and why it changed.
So with regards to those two machines, the Mitsubishi water cart has some rust issues with it. So that machine went into more engineering to be quoted up for the rust repairs to the chassis. And during that process, they identified to us that it's non-compliant, it's overweight in its steer axles, and it's overweight in its overall general mass. That then prompted us to ask a question about the Isuzu water cart, which and they also have advised. So the question is, do we want a machine that's already 8 years old? We're spending approximately the same value as what that is worth to bring it back to, to bring it back to provide compliance in its current state. We're not improving the life of that machine by doing this work and doing this compliance. We're simply getting that stamp of approval to say that it's legal to drive, when our plant asset management program shows us that it is due for replacement in the next financial year anyway. Should we spend that money on that machine and not increase it? Take this as an opportunity to replace it.
That's a good question, a very good question, but we need to know first, how can we sell something now that's non-compliant? You know, that would be, you know, like very...
You can't.
Well, it could be as in jail.
Well,
the thing is, we want to find out if it is non-compliant, why it's been made non-compliant, and also this is how many horsepower is this Isuzu?
I don't know that off the top of my head.
And the Mitsubishi, because you know, like I'm just looking at the prices you've got there for estimated. Well, that's a estimated upgrades, but what you'd get for selling the vent, but you haven't got anything there for the others.
So the sale values were just market research of truck sales and those kind of sites to find something of similar age in kilometres and those sorts of things, and what they were advertised for. In terms of selling the pieces of plant that have identified problems, we just sold 80 pieces of plant in an auction that were in varying degrees of roadworthiness through an auction process. So we would sell these through the exact same process that we went through with that plant machinery from the depot.
And the other thing is, you know, before we look at these in entirety, what is the hourly use of the water cart? Both of them. Because we've only got one construction gang and they've the only one that use it. So how can they be using two at once? You know, are we better off getting one unit instead of two?
Exactly what I'm proposing, sell them both by proposing that we have 2 rigid body water carts. I'm proposing we have 1 rigid body water cart and 1 semi-water cart.
That's with all due respect, that's why that Isuzu was specially built for council, because it we didn't have enough use for a water truck. So it was a tipper and you used the water truck when you used it very, very rarely. As councillors who were around in those days would agree with that.
We use our rigid body water cart every time, basically. At the moment, we have a nurse tank, which is 13,000 litres, roughly speaking, that sits on site, that is fueled from the mains, because we don't always have access to bore water, and we need to fuel from the SA water main, which is a slow process. So that nurse tank is there as a balance. So we fill that, and then we fill from there into our water cart to keep the water on the road, coupled with moisture content. So the proposal is that instead of having a 12,000 litre cart like that, we have a semi-water cart of approximately 28,000. They vary from 26 to 30. Instead of that, and we have 1 rigid body water cart that we use, so that if in the circumstance provides where we can have access to a quick fill environment from a bore or something like that, then we don't need to use the rigid body, that we can fill directly to the semi. If the road maintenance team are doing a maintenance job and they need a water cart, we have that water cart there available as well. So 9 times out of 10, both units would be in operation in our road construction work.
My next question would be, who drives it? How big is the construction gang?
3 people.
3 people.
We have 1 operator in the pit, 1 operator on the grader, and 1 operator in the water cart. Once the material is carted to the site,
And
the 3rd operator comes to the site to drive the roller and or the water cart. They always make that.
Councillor Taylor, I think.
Through you, Matt. So I'm a bit confused about this report. It says council receive and note the report. This went to the INA committee first,
No.
and so why wouldn't it go to the INA committee for discussion and recommendation?
So that your recommendation could be that it goes to the INA. We really wanted to flag with you that we were thinking of this proposal and probably gauging what your view of the proposal was, because we didn't want to do any more work if there was a resounding no in the room. So the recommendation could quite easily be that we now take it to the INA report committee. Sorry.
Oh yeah, I would. Once we're back in whatever, that's what I'd like to recommend, that it goes to the INA committee so that this is thoroughly thrashed about and there's discussion around it.
Councillor
agree
Roundtree,
with
then
that.
I'm probably going to ask a couple of questions.
Okay, so with the profiler, I just wanted to get an understanding of what happened back in 14-15, and I know it's going to be tough because not a lot of people up there will know the answers, but maybe someone in chamber does. We bought a machine for 157,000 in 2014-15, used it for 405 hours, and the very next year it only got used half, and then it just significantly dropped from there. So was there a business case around getting that profiler, or you say the road structure changed? Was that sprung on us that roads had to be done a different way and that then made the
Mr Mayor,
profiler?
can I probably answer that for us?
Not necessarily. I'm just struggling as to why we've had this machine and then hardly ever used it.
Perhaps I'll give the chair of committee,
Yeah.
since he's been a reasonably
Councillor Roundtree, I'll
long-serving
be
councillor, a
quite
chance
honest,
to describe.
I was the one that pushed to buy the profiler, because at that stage we were using raised rubble on our roads, and one of the big problems was we used a stone roller, but it didn't crash the rocks up properly, and you'd have a rock that big in the first grade, you'd end up with a big pothole and that. So we used it, the first road we used it on was the first bit of Emu Springs and we used paddock rock, and it did a pretty good job considering none of the guys knew how to use it. But then it was decided probably 18 months ago to look at the cost of crushed rubble against raised rubble with the bulldozer, and our raised rubble was a very, very cheap product, we thought, but we were only charging the bulldozer out at about $100 an hour. which is about a quarter of the price it costs you to raise it. So it was then decided that we'd go into crush rubble. Since then, we've been using crush rubble. So then the profiler wasn't used as much and very, very rarely used now.
But it dropped quite significantly in the
Yeah.
first year. Like
That's when
half of
crush
its
rubble
use.
come in its
So
entirety.
in 15, 16. I thought that was more recent, the crush rubble thing.
No.
Councillor,
wasn't.
someone's made a change in management to go to crushed rock over the traditional longer needed
The profile.
profiler. The profiler has been somewhat reserved ever since.
Right.
Important point to think is this tractor is a pretty high spec tractor, but that's the one that is required on the profiler. They're separatable items, and the agricultural tractor is a Fendt is worth a fair few dollars today. I'm going to have a couple of questions. If I may. James, in this report here in discussion, it talks about $1,260 per truck being hired. This is the estimated cost to council per week. I'm actually looking forward to hiring a truck for $1,260 a week. I'm just trying to work out what that means.
That's the cost difference between us supplying our own rigid body water cart to our road construction team versus us hiring. So at the moment, we're needing to supplement our non-compliant water cart with a hire machine, and that's the cost to council.
So do I read into that if we owned a new water truck and used it enough, we can do the job cheaper than a contractor? Is that the words that we're trying to say?
That's why that's in there, and that's why that graph's in there, to show that we do need to own our own water cart because it's cheaper than us hiring a water cart contractor. So that graph sort of is just sort of projecting the, if we process is not done quickly, I suppose, there's a cost to, an ongoing cost to us that we're incurring as we sort of delay the process, basically, where I'm heading with that.
So I'm going to just note that the Isuzu, an 8-year-old truck, I think roughly, it seems to be around certain around that truck, and given that it had two separate chassis and had two separate bodies, one of which is not certifiable at the moment, one I don't know, the tipper body. And if it's, as I gather, it is a high horsepower truck, it's probably worth more than 30 grand, not as a water truck, but as a tipper. So I'm going to make just a suggestion to council. As I noted, we're meeting on the 6th. Perhaps council could peruse the fleet themselves at the depot. The committee could do that. Committee or council could do that on the night of a special meeting, a night or a day, if you wish.
All day.
Because the other thing I worked out, because I parked next to it on the weekend, was a little 14,000, whatever it is, litre tanker at Kai, we park at the moment. And in my memory, who was around? Councillor Bland, were you at Amalgamation? No, Councillor Yench.
No.
It's pre-amalgamation, that tanker, because it didn't have the logo, so we didn't know what to put on it. So it was, then I put lovely words on it, and I just wonder where that fits into this process. I sense the room might want to defer till there's more information.
Can I ask a question?
You ask one question, I'll move out of.
Thank you. And that is in relation to the profiler and the tractor. While we've said that it's become obsolete to some degree, I want to be reassured that it is completely obsolete, or are there areas or roads that profiler, for what we're going to receive for it if we sell it, is actually not useful at all?
I suppose it comes down
We don't have to hire something in when we decide that.
Yeah.
At that
I
bidding.
suppose it comes down to the fact that costing us $285 for that piece of machine, the tractor alone, just for the hours that we're doing it. So it's significantly underutilised. It still depreciates at the same rate. We still have maintenance requirements on it, but it's just not getting used. So the cost per hour that would be hitting our project is significantly higher than what it should be if it was being utilised for a reasonable amount of hours per year. But when it first was used, it was because it was used a reasonable amount, 405 hours in the first year. It only cost us $125 an hour to operate that machine, and then another $100 for the profiler. Whereas that in comparison now, we're at 285 plus 122. So we're talking $400 an hour just to operate that machine, which is hugely expensive.
Councillors, we'll move back to normal council process, please.
Mr. Mayor, could I move that
5:32, you're going to move something, councillor, are you? What are you going to move?
this report lay on the table and it be presented on special meeting on the 6th of April.
No
if you
special
need.
meeting called yet, councillor.
Sorry?
No special meeting called yet.
Where you were.
Joy meeting.
You could adjourn it and you could seek, or you can adjourn it and seek further information around the trucks.
Yes, and including the hours that the water trucks are actually used per annum.
So you
And
are
they have been
moving
used for the
exactly.
last few hours.
Item be adjourned until further information is sought. Regarding water truck costings and options, or what do you want, councillor?
Yep, that's right.
That where you want to be?
I'm quite prepared, if you want a second motion, to put the profiler and fend up for sale.
Is there a second? Councillor Taylor.
No. I have a question, Mayor, which is why is this not going before the Infrastructure and Assets Committee, which surely is the committee which first looks and analyses at this kind of this kind of situation for the plan? I mean, that's why it's called assets, isn't it? So that they can look at the assets, make recommendations to the council.
I haven't got a seconder. Thank you, councillor Bland.
The debate?
You want to speak to a councillor Bland? I think councillor Arthur has.
No, I'm happy just to move forward
Prefer-
on that component.
Till further information is sought. I don't think that would stop the INO picking up. That would it? It's adjourned from this meeting, does that matter?
Actually, with councillor Arthur's, thing, I'd actually like to take off regarding the water truck and costing options, because I think that's inclusive on this whole report.
So you don't want to know what the water truck costs?
I do, but I think it's inclusive.
Oh.
So what are the discussions?
So what is, so, sorry, councillor, we're just trying to find out what information you actually want.
Well, I thought with the discussion now, we would have a list of things that we want to know, but I also don't want to see anything sold until, personally, anything sold until such times as we've actually had this discussion on the 6th.
Okay.
Could that expand that a little bit? That the item be adjourned until further information is sought to include the hourly use of the water trucks and the detailed information of them now being non-compliant.
Yeah, Mayor, can we add
No,
in
just
the,
wait on. Councillor Bland, you happy with that?
Yes.
Councillor Routtree, then councillor Taylor.
could we add in that this, where it says this item be adjourned, can we change it to it is presented to the INA committee first? Because I think, as councillor Taylor pointed out, that's where we ought to discuss it. That can it be adjourned and taken to INA for further discussion so that we can do it in that forum?
It's a while. How long
Oh, well, that's a good point. When's the next meeting? Yeah.
27th.
off? How long?
Is it?
27th of April.
INA?
That's according to my diary.
Oh, I thought it was coming up soon.
So councillors, by saying it's adjourned from today, but it does not stop that further information coming before an INA committee.
Which one's first, next council or
Well-
INA?
Sorry, no, it's,
INA, so councillor Hill, you're really helpful here. When's that,
well,
councillor?
it did say the 27th of April.
27th of April. So I would think it'll come up as soon as possible.
Yeah.
There's some information to sort there,
You have a
basically.
committees first.
And any luck, we might be able to see most of them if they're all rounded up. Is the Isuzu still at Murray Bridge, or where is it? They're all back here. Okay. I'm in. Councillor Taylor.
No, Mayor, it's now restrictive. I'd like to see that it says to include the hourly use, but there's nothing in it. We need and to include whatever else is important to actually make a decision on this. This sort of reads now is to include the hourly use of the water trucks and detailed information regarding their non-compliant status. That just narrows it down to the water trucks.
I'll disagree with you, councillor. Your further information is sought. I think we've been reasonably expansive in the discussion.
Further information is sought on all of the items, surely, not just
yeah.
the water trucks.
Correct. Including. I think, I don't need to know what brand of tyres is on the truck. I take your point, councillor, but I'm not quite sure how expensive you need to be and expensive.
Well, you've narrowed it down to water trucks.
I still regard as further information is sought. That's broad. It's broad in its first part. I think that leaves it very broad, actually. Councillor Hill?
Just a question through you to
Mhm.
James. Is there any problems with delaying this decision for another few weeks? Because are there things we're not going to be able to do if we don't move on them?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, no, like I stated before, we're hiring a water cart to supplement ours that are non-roadworthy at the moment. So that costs us, as I stated in the report, I think it's $1,260 a week. So we will continue to incur that additional fee each week on top of for every time that we delay it.
Motion is still standing, councillors. I take on board people's view on additional information or that, but I'm getting very close to the end. The motion is up there as that move councillor Arthur, seconded councillor Ben, that the item be adjourned till further information is sought, including the hourly use of the water trucks and detailed information regarding their non-compliant status. The motion I've got, is there any further debate? Councillor, you'll close. Both those, I'll put to the motion. All those in favour? Those against? It's carried 8 votes to 1, with councillor Taylor voting against the motion. The rest of the councillors voting for it. Thank you, councillors.
Mr Mayor, I'd like to now move a motion that council proceed with the sale of the Vario tractor and the FAE profiler.
Mark numbers 508 and 709.
58 and 709.
Councillor, all I would say is, in relation to this, is if council was to decide to sell the water tankers in 3 or 4 weeks' time, would that not have some lack of efficiency or efficiency in terms of selling them? If we deliver them, sell them as 2 separate items, like, yeah, councillor, that appears to not be a problem. Councillor Coleman.
Yes, Mr Mayor, I second that.
Seconding.
It makes sense, good idea.
Excuse me, Mayor, clarification. Didn't we just discuss about talking about all of these things in a report coming up for council? And why are we now just agreeing to sell something we didn't want to get?
The previous motion was about the water trucks.
Yeah, but so, but wasn't it meant to include all the equipment? I thought that's why we made it broad, to include everything. And now we've just singled it down to one thing, and now we're moving ahead with this motion, which seems completely contradictory to what we just discussed, where my head was at anyway.
Councillor Jens.
Thank you. I totally agree with councillor Roundtree. This was the previous motion.
Yeah.
The assurances were it was all encompassing. Yes, the water tankers got mentioned, but it still, the debate was, it's all of it.
I'll rescind my motion.
Make it, the move and the second is we'll move and do this. To rescind the motion, sorry. Have I finished this subject? Move to something else. Item 2, Gardner Road upgrade. James, give us a quick précis on that.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. So there was a motion a little while ago to provide some pricing and costing options around potential upgrades to Gardner Road. So option 1 basically looks at a complete upgrade to current Austroad standards. To do that, we need to lift the road above the existing SA water main. So there's significant cost in terms of rate. Ourselves up above that SA water main on one side of the road there. The other option is to construct the road within the existing footprint that we have, which are the 2 potential upgrade options.
James, I might ask a question. Councillor Taylor will be next. Just how close, in both the horizontal and a vertical alignment, can we build to an SA water main?
We can't expose an SA water main to anything less than 600 millimetre.
And sideways, like how far from the edge of it? Councillor Taylor?
Through you, Mayor. In the first instance, what's the purpose of the report apart from to provide 3 options? Are we, at what point are we going to be offered these options as a solution? And also, what's the consultation been with SA Water?
It's 2 parts. This has come out of a minute of I&A in October. Request for this costing.
Mhm.
Costing is for, I found the minute eventually. 1.5K is not the full length. B, James, do we need to consult SA Water? Really the question, there's a standard there around that, I presume.
Maintaining coverage a road to a standard width, then we have to go above.
Okay, so there's been no consultation with SA Water at all. So I'm just curious because presumably if we decided to improve this road, that would be to their benefit as well, surely, because it then makes their water main safe. If their water main is not exactly very far down, we sort of, and I don't know what the procedure is for requesting some kind of funding and money from SA Water, who I assume will just turn around and say, well, just leave it as it is, which is not, in my opinion, an option for this road, which is not in a good state of repair. I was just wondering if there's any opportunity to get SA Water's involvement and contribute to the cost, given that it is in a strange place, this water main.
Probably did make clear as a report is the water main runs alongside the road in the road verge, and road verge places up to 1.2 metres above the actual road pavement level.
Yes.
In terms of SA Water's stance is that they constructed the road in their road, in the road. That's what they do, so council change their road, that their cost to avoid the main. That makes sense that they're.
It does, but it doesn't really answer the question because the road is too low, if in that respect, in that the road is way below the actual level of the water main, which means that at some point somebody agreed to that, or with erosion, the actual road has sort of degraded to the stage where it is lower. And it's us, if you like, that's picking up the cost of making this road half decent. So I just wondered if there was any scope at all in order to approach SA Water and say, look, this is for your benefit as well, because leaving it where it is potentially could have future risk, therefore to reduce the risk. I mean, yes, I know the problem with SA Water. Obviously, they don't like coming to the party, I don't think, and it might be a difficult job. But if we don't ask, we certainly don't get anywhere. And I'm also curious with this document because I didn't think that the original request was for the entire 2.7 kilometers. I thought it was the midsection I thought the midsection was what the minute was, not for the entire thing.
I can help you, Councillor Taylor. It was moved by Councillor Simmons, second by Councillor Qualman, the cost of reconstructing and resheeting of the middle section of Gardner Road, or approximately 1.5 Ks, be reported at the next Coorong Infrastructure and Assets Committee meeting. In brackets, continuations from the southern end from a resheet 2 years ago. That was the motion.
Yeah, apologies, I've gone the full width there. I can scale those costings back. They're all in there in per kilometre rate, so.
It would be good to see that it divided in, because it may be a staged project. which case we'd get the midsection and then the rest.
Approximately.
Councillor Abney.
Approximately half.
Councillor Yench.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I can answer a few of the questions. The pipe went in the 60s. When it went in the 60s, ground level on the verge was lower and the road was higher. Yes, there is erosion and has been for quite a while. The road is substantially lower. It's in exceptionally poor condition now. Yes, you can traverse it, but you've got to go pretty slow. There are that live out there, and I think that the job was mucked up. We need to fix it. There's no way in hell, but we can ask SA Water, they're going to laugh fairly heavily. They do not and will not come to the market.
Can I have a point of order, please, Mayor? I mean, the councillor is making a presumption here when in actual fact, the staff would be the ones to contact SA Water and determine whether or not they were coming to the party or not.
That's all right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, but it's not the councillors to contact SA Water, so I would presume it would be staff.
That's what she said.
But that's fine. I would like to move, Mr. Mayor, option 2, because it is a well-used road. There are families with young people who use that road regularly on a daily basis, and it's in their best interest and ours that it be maintained at a far better level that is now being turned into. We've made it worse. We need to fix it. So I'm therefore moving.
Councillor, I need you to reflect on your adjoining property.
I am moving
that at all.
Sorry?
Just
No, I don't have property adjoining anywhere near this section, so it's nothing to do with me. Okay, I'm at the other end, kilometres away. So it's not a conflict of interest at any level. Okay, so yes, option 2, please.
You're going for option 2, the whole thing. This is a report to council. It doesn't commit to council anything more than that. Do you want to go forward with the current budget considerations or what?
Well, Mr. Mayor, if there needs to be some work or material carted in, I think, in the short term to rectify the hazardous surface. But option 2 is the longer term view, that there needs to be something happen at a maintenance level now.
Councillor, there has been some work done a couple of months ago, which unfortunately couldn't really correct. The road was pretty ordinary, so
Yeah,
you
it was
have
today.
You have moved. I'm taking that you proceed with option 2 in its full length, or what part? I'm going to nail this down now.
It would be the northern end that has been
The full length as per the report, 2.7.
correct.
And build it to a standard of option 2. And do you wish to go forward into the forthcoming budget as an option or not?
Yes, I do. But Mr. Mayor, I would presume that there needs to be material carted in.
That's not our problem,
Earlier.
Councillor. It's just you wish the project to go.
Yes, it
Just
needs
so
to be.
Put that in your motion, please. Councillors, we have a motion around Councillor Rountree and then Councillor Taylor. Now we're live, but I'll start with Councillor Rountree.
So a couple of questions. Do we know how many properties are affected on that end of the road? Just,
No.
no? Okay.
I can answer that, Mr. Mayor.
My second question is, when the first part, because I recall, if I'm right, that we went on a bus tour on this right when we first started with council. The first part of the road was done and the second part wasn't done. So why was only the first part done and not the second part? Like, because they weren't even like, one was a bit good, one was a little bit good, one was really quite okay, and the other part was just really awful. So they were chalk and cheese. Was there some, like, were there not many people there, or why was only part of that road ever done?
I don't know. James, you got a view?
Yeah, through Mr. Mayor, the first part was done because that was able to be achieved at a reasonable cost, basically. The second section is the cost that we're presenting with now. There's significant cost involved in trying to upgrade that section of road.
Is that because that section of road originally was really bad as opposed to the first bit?
First section was originally probably worse condition than the existing condition of the second section now. That was a priority. It was just a natural surface that was protruding through the road. But in terms of unsealed road capital priorities in the rest of the region hasn't to the level of funding that I think it should be considered against the other priorities.
My third question then, with option 2, when it says it doesn't comply with the standards, doesn't conform with standards, is that a problem for council? If we build something that then doesn't comply with standards?
Council, it's probably fit for the purpose of the road. It's classified as a 5A road, which is basically just local community access. So it's not designed for B double access, so therefore it doesn't need to be constructed to those standards.
You need to then put a sign up that says no B double access or something to advise them not to use it?
We would simply not approve any HPR permit for B double access to that route. They can't
Okay.
access it without that permit system.
Theory.
That's what I'm thinking.
Councillor Taylor's next. I don't know, Councillor Behan might have something to say about truck drivers.
Through you, Mayor, so it may not be a B double access road, but there's at least one B double goes along there quite regularly and hangs out at one of the properties. So whether or not it's supposed to be designed for a B double, it's being used by a B double, at least one. So I do actually recommend that perhaps some signage might go up there in order to discourage that activity. However, I believe that I'm not sure if it's I don't know whether it's a resident or not, but I've seen the vehicle myself. So regarding the upgrade and the cost of it, this is to go into the next year's budget. Can I have clarification on that?
Motion would lead it to be considered. Doesn't mean it's in, but the budget, at some stage, we will get a listing, as we did last year, of unsealed road construction and resheeting, and that's where it would sit. That's all this motion is saying.
Okay, thank you.
So at this stage, it's the full 2.7 be considered. Councillor Bland, you cast an aspersion on one of my jobs of truck driving.
Never.
Never.
Your
Yeah.
microphone, councillor.
Give me a microphone, yes.
John? Yeah, it's off.
Were you off? Now you're back on. Thank you.
My question is around most of these roads are any of our roads, many of which are used by B doubles for farmers. So if there is farmers out there who use B doubles, why would we build a road at a rate that then says they can't access the road that they need to access? It would be like saying that on any other dirt road, unmade road in the district. So one would have to ask, then why would we spend that amount of money and then stop economic activity happening because of it? So I'm not sure if we can answer that question because I'm not exactly sure who it is that's out there or which farmers or how many farmers, and I'm not sure that it's appropriate to have that discussion right now. So I think we are limiting our options by not just including it in the budget for next year by actually putting in option 2 and then finding out what the usage is. My other question is, even if we do upgrade it and it is a link between, Cooldy Road and Westbrook Road, does it not also then, once we've upgraded it, allow others to access through there as a link that may choose to avoid going down Granite's Road?
It'll become a shortcut.
We're not going to be able to police these roads at all points, which is good.
Sorry, Councillor Kwon will be next, but I just note that I haven't got a seconder. So I'd really like a seconder to go on with Councillor Lang. Thank you. Councillor Qualman.
After listening to this with great interest, and thank you to Councillor Arthur who pointed out, as per our INA minute, that the middle section should be considered, and I reckon that's a damn good idea because with the middle section, you would then cater for all the relevant farm entrances out there, because as you head past the last one, after that, there's very little use of the road onto towards Westbrook Road. So I think we should be aiming for the middle section, and there is a B double obviously operating out there, and bring it up to standard and have appropriate signage on the other end. No permit vehicles to come in from Westbrook in. You know what I mean?
I actually do know what you mean. I've got councillor Taylor. There's
I'd
gonna
like
be
to move an
that's co-
amendment. I'd like an amendment, please,
Well, you can have an amendment.
to option 1.
I was too.
You're moving the. It's not an amendment, councillor, yes. If you're to move option 2 and a shorter distance, I'd accept the amendment. But to go to option 1, you would need to vote down this and move it as option 2. Sorry, councillor.
Mr Mayor, I've got an amendment which is entirely different to that motion.
Will it be an amendment?
Yes, the amendment is that the council receive and note the report and the project be evaluated under the terms of the council's road hierarchy in the 21-22 budget.
Wasn't that the motion?
Will you accept that or not?
I'm thinking about that.
Vote on this one first. Question on the floor.
Amendment. Read it again, please.
That's not an amendment. A separate motion.
No, it's a separate motion.
Yes.
A separate motion, and if it's not amended, I'll put a second motion if you'll accept it.
The only realistic amendment I think is acceptable is that if council wished to cut it back to, as the original minute asked for, was 1.55 kilometres. I think that's the only amendment I think is a realistic option, so I'll await anyone having a crack at that.
Question. Right. So with councillor Yench and councillor Ling's motion, where we've now got option 2 for upgrade in the road, is it an option then to put in just the section that we were talking about?
That's the only amendment I will countenance.
So that could be done through adjustment and agreement with the other
Yeah,
councillors.
I'm happy to alter the motion to reflect that.
So your variation is to bring it back to what was better described as the middle section, or 1.55 kilometres, I think it was, something. Councillors, is that what you're saying?
Yes, Mr Mayor, but I do believe the middle section is actually far better than the far end. It is, the middle section's good in comparison with the loose surface at the northern end of it, or the eastern.
So you're amending.
A shorter distance, yes.
You at the leave of the meeting have amended your own motion. Councillor Langer, you're going to be happy with that.
I'm happy with any amendment, yes.
Councillor Roundtree, we're getting close.
Do we want to then add on to the end of that the whole road will eventually be considered in the future?
No.
No, we just.
Doesn't need it, not for years.
So sometimes I think we're over prescriptive in this chamber. You're actually putting something forward for a construction standard and for budget consideration. And that's all you're actually doing. Anyone else? Basically, councillors, option 2, the mid-level upgrade of 1.5 kilometres to be included in the budget considerations. You can remove that at any time you like in the budget process if you like, or enhance it or do whatever you like. Councillor Qualman.
Just verification, that's the middle section, not all the way through.
For want of a better word, the middle section, not
Thank
the
you.
northern third.
Yeah.
James, are we clear on that, aren't we?
Through you, Speaker, I'll get some clarifications. So I just looked on our mapping software from the end of our old resheet to the next property driveway is 1.15 kilometres. Beyond that, according to our aerial imagery, there doesn't appear to be any other house. Is that driveway the point in which we're saying there to the old resheet?
There must be a reason why it's 1.55 in some report, and I suggest that's probably where it changes from sandy country to bony country.
Mr Mayor, may I clarify, seeing that I do know the ground? When you look at the map and the arrow points at the bend in the road, that will consider the middle section for clarification. That is low-lying, a reasonable surface, sandy on each side. The worst section is the top end of the road where it is sheet stone, a lot of loose stone on the road. The access out is primarily if you're heading to Murray Bridge, I guess. A lot of people do.
Councillor Taylor, and I'm at the point we're going to put it to a vote soon. Sorry.
Through you, Matt, I would hope that the staff would be the ones to provide the ultimate advice on which part of the road needs rectification or improvement. I want clarification on the actual motion. The motion states that council proceed with option 2.
Say to budget. It should say in the budget, in there. Budget 21, 22.
Perhaps endorse might be a better word than proceed. Councillor?
I'm happy with that.
Endorse instead of proceed, please. Is that
Well, no, because I don't agree with it. I think it should
No,
be
but-
option 1,
the
but
beauty of this business? You can vote against it, but anyway.
yes. But I just wanted clarification in that this motion effectively ties this council to doing the work.
No. Not a budgeted item in the year we're in. And everything in the budget next year is up for consideration.
So it's pointless then, really.
No,
Gets it in.
No?
it gets it in the budget process.
So
If you note, the staff are saying that in any other day it would be less likely to be included because it's a 5A.
it's a 5A because of,
5A hierarchy, and any review of the hierarchy, I think we'll still leave it at a 5A. I think there's some that are up in the air we've got to tackle, but
it's a 5A because of its current usage.
5A because of its current and expected usage in the hierarchy.
Okay.
I'm nearly there. I know everyone else is. Council endorse option 2 for the upgrade of 1.55 of Gardner Road to be included in the 21-22 budget consideration. Anyone else got anything to say? Councillor Bland, I know your affection for us truck drivers occasionally. Councillor Yent, you'll close.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It does need to be done. There are 3 residents basically out there, 2 past the bend, that I believe access the northern end of the road considerably to go to Murray Bridge, etc. So, and that is the worst half from the bend up, without any doubt. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Those, are you in favour, Councillor Roundtree? Yes, leave your hand up then, please, for a second one. Those against? Declare the motion carried with 2 councillors voting against it, being councillors Taylor and Arthur, and the balance of the councillors, the 7 voting for it. It's carried. I hope the next item is simpler. Sorry, councillors. Association database, item 4, sorry. James, do you want to have a crack at this one? Number 3, additional roads to recovery fund.
Mayor, as a landholder out of the 7 Mile, I'd like to declare a perceived.
C,
Yeah.
It is the right one.
But I will stay in the chamber, but I will not vote.
Ashley, we can note that, please. Councillor Yench.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm happy to progress this along. I'm happy to move the motion,
All right.
the recommendations as they stand.
Is there a seconder? Councillor Bland, Councillor Yench, would you speak to it?
No, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think it's very good.
I think it's an excellent idea, given this one has been getting ready for sealing for some time. Hopefully we'll receive that money in the near future, as it's been up in the region for a while. The other comment I'd like to make is they've now found some decent rubble around Peninsula that may actually save future costs on this one. I'm not sure if James is fully aware of that yet. I will give you the phone number. Last night, they've got a massive ridge out at Yalbury being dug up right now.
Councillor Roundtree?
I noticed that the 73K for Native Vegetation Council and costs like that, is there any way to get around some of that? Because that just seems astronomical.
So through you, Mayor. We will, if council approve this spending, we will look at what other ways we can do that in terms of the suggestion has been that we may approach a landowner to purchase some of the land to change that. It's probably not a cheap option as by itself because we'd have to rebuild the road. on the land, but we would look at alternatives to the native veg option. There may not be any, but we would certainly look at it.
A question on that native veg. Did native veg actually come down and have a look? They've been particularly good, I know, out in the Tintinara area when they've come down and had a look at the road, at a road verge or T-junction. Have they actually come down on site?
I'll have to look at the director.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So Native Veg have a series of accredited an assessment on behalf that have said this is your best avenue for removal of these trees, most cost effective. Trees apply through Native Veg, and they've provided those estimated costs for us.
So they came met with us on site.
Yes, they did indeed. So our next steps from here would be to take this to Native Veg and say this is what we've been recommended, is appropriate, and they would provide the final figures around the cost.
I think that officer from Native Edge down to have a look and ask them to be kind. So they've been very good at in the past, to be honest.
Can I just make a comment? Why are we using this additional money when this is a road that's up for SLURP funding? Now, SLURP funding, it's, I think, the only road we've got on at the present moment for SLURP funding. So why are we using this? There's a lot of roads out there now that are in more need of upgrading so that they are passable. I think you will probably be getting a visit or maybe a phone call from the Tintinara Area School principal about shutting one of the bus runs down, the one I sent you the email about yesterday or the day before. It is just too dangerous for the bus and the children to run that route. And, you know, and there's heaps of roads around like this. This is not what you'd call a major road within our area. It is, how many people actually live out there? It's a tourism route, and that's what it was actually put up for with the SLURP funding. So I just believe that there is $330,000 could be spent a lot better on upgrading some of this road. Yarrandale Road, for example, the end of Yarrandale Road by Field Road, you're struggling to keep your car on the road.
Have you got a point of fact, Councillor Bland, you wish to respond?
I think the comment in terms of a point of fact is that that is a large settlement out there now. Council, I don't know, well before my time, probably in yours, Mr Mayor, had agreed when that settlement was built that that 1 kilometre of road that was built would in fact be completed some, I don't know how many years on now.
Not that old, Councillor.
Not that old? Well, it's a long time in, sorry. And we
You're
have,
very kind to me.
we have done very little. It is a major, potentially for a major tourism road, but it does have a big settlement out there now. A lot of tourists between B&Bs and local settlement. I would ask Councillor Hill to speak, but it would probably not be appropriate. She'd probably give you better numbers than I can. That is growing at a rate of 9.
Councillor Taylor.
Through you, Mayor, I think we have other roads to consider before we consider this one. For example, Gardner Road could be fully financed if we directed this money towards Gardner Road. So there are, it's not as though 7 Mile Road is not drivable, but I would suggest that the people living along Gardner Road, certainly at that end, would think in certainly when it rains, or when wind is blowing, or when the road is in its worst state, I would say that they can't even drive along it. So I think that there are other roads to put this money to, and I'm not quite sure why this is the only option. So we've got sort of a saving here of almost 335,000, but there's only one option being presented. And again, has this gone to the INA committee? Has the INA committee been consulted? So I'm just worried also that the process of going to infrastructure and assets for full discussion and then recommendation is kind of being missed out again.
I don't believe it's been to committee, Councillor. My understanding of the history of this road, Councillor Bland was on a council I was on not that many years ago, Councillor. In my view, it needs to be sealed. The reality is that there was a petition about 6 or 8 years ago around sealing this road. About 400 and something people signed a petition, I noticed. The council at the time chose to apply for SLURP funding, not to seal it, but to reconstruct to an unsealed standard. the southern, I think we say 4 kilometres. In this process over the last 2 years of us receiving SLURP funding, we've identified obviously lots of problems with the alignment in the section that joins into the way. Whether we shouldn't be approaching the joining landowner to acquire land rather than give some money to the Native Veg Council is up for debate. I'm indicating at the moment people will know that I support sealing this road in the midterm. I'm not sure we haven't identified every way we can get through the SLURP funding process. Councillors will note the next agenda item is very important in getting us on the database. So what it's worth, I'm going to tell councillors now I'm going to vote against this motion at this stage as it stands. Who else? Councillor Lang, thank you.
Just local interest, there have been a number of serious accidents in this area that has been recently upgraded, including one after its upgrade with a very expensive Harley-Davidson motorcycle, his trailer, damage, injury.
On the bike or on the trail?
He was on the bike. He was on the bike and the loose gravel. We've got the report. I keep on hearing about it every time I see him. So we really need to get it bitumised. It's definitely more than 3 residents out the settlement. It's definitely not a township yet.
I'm somewhat in. You spoke against the motion, councillor, or you want to move an amendment?
No, not at this point.
I've got a motion. Councillor Roundtree, I don't think has spoke. Really?
I'd like to offer my support to Councillor Arthur's comments. I think that the Tintinara school bus not being able to run and deliver kids safely to school is more of a big priority for this council than some other areas, and getting kids safely to school is important.
Councillors, I'd indicate that if you adopted the motion following this, or even if you didn't, strangely enough, to a degree, continual work on funding of Coorong 7 Mile Road would go on through the SLURP process. This sort of goes over and above the SLURP process's recommendation, I think.
Through you, Mayor, the amount of SLURP funding we're getting, so the original, we've had 2 rounds of 2, is not enough to finish the road. When we went for SLURP funding originally, there was no design work done. So as the Mayor said, there were some areas of alignment and issues with the road. I would just caution that if we don't finish this road, then it may not be seen in a good light in terms of our next request for SLURP funding, which we want to do, which, as you see in your agenda items, is for Karkuma Road. I'm just guessing that, but it does have some implications about our capacity to finish a road, and we just want to make sure that there would be some sensitivities around that. We can't go back for, we can go back for SLURP in round 3 for this road. It doesn't say a lot about us favourably if we've had 3 goes at it and we still haven't finished the road.
Mayor, is there a reason? Like, have you had any feedback as to why we've missed out?
No, we haven't missed out. We've had 2 rounds, but when we, and I'm assuming, James, tell me if I'm wrong, but when we put it up originally, we would have said this is enough money to finish the road or to do what we said we would. Then we realised that we didn't, so we came back a second time and got a second round of funding. And we still, even once we spend SLURPs 1 and 2, we won't be finishing to the level that we've probably said to the SLURP funders, the MOLGA basically, that this road would be at the state point. Have I got that right, James?
Yeah, that, to the best of my knowledge, obviously wasn't.
So the original assumptions as to costs were blown out the water twice. Yes. And we have egg on our face if we don't finish it.
So excuse me, a very impolite way of putting it, councillor.
Yeah.
I think that the parameters of what council's asked the staff to do have changed.
Okay.
That'd be the better way I'd word it, and therefore it will cost more and costs in general for all roadworks. And in the SLURP process, the biggest project in the region at the moment is going to be extended by a year as well, because it's simply every cost has moved far outside the original ambit. And going forward, we will need to stage all these bigger projects full stop, because it's fairly obvious and the region's effectively endorsing that position. So if we were to put forward a group of roads, as is the next agenda item, we would need to be staging them over quite distinct blocks. The general principle of the region has been, once a project's been started, it will be finished. It won't be dropped off the list halfway through unfairly.
Mr.
I'm over
Mayor,
here with this one, Councillor Arthur.
can I just, I'm a little bit confused here. You're talking about slurp funding. This is not slurp funding.
No, no.
This is roads to recovery. And yet you've got in your expenditure, you know, like year 3, which would be 21, 22, which would be your third round of slurp funding. But
No.
instead of that, well, you know, you've got what we've got so far. And as the mayor just said, they don't normally drop it off. So they would keep it going maybe another 2 years to get the.
What the
get it
CEO's
finished.
alluded to is, if we went back for year 3, we mightn't be treated as kindly as we would like. That's what she has informed the meeting. That's all she's informed the meeting. Now, that doesn't stop.
What you've spent here is nothing.
doesn't-
What's been spent over the 2 years is virtually negligible.
Yeah, but that's because the original ambit of what was requested was no more than just a resheeted. That's why. So we've got 3 levels of road: a resheet, a sheeting and building to the point of sealing, and a sealing. At the moment, we're halfway through a process of bringing it to the point of sealing, level 2. This is about whether we put all that money from that that pool of funds towards this project over the committee reviewing other projects. That's all you're deciding here.
The council's bigger priority than ratepayers is tourism.
No, I'm not saying that at all. I'm just
That's
saying
virtually what you're saying. And you know, like, I just hope nothing happens.
Your decision, councillors, is around whether you're prepared to allocate that amount of money, this particular road alone, or whether you wish to go back for further discussion. We've probably got time for that, I understand. No, with that amount of money. It's not slurp money.
No, no.
I can't vote for it.
Well, everyone gets a chance in a minute. Councillor Taylor.
Through you, Matt. So in saying that, we wouldn't be looked favourably in future, but if everybody is in the same boat, as in costs have gone up, etc., and everything's blown out, and there's an extension on even some of the major projects in the state, why wouldn't they look favourably on us? We're just in the same boat as everyone else. So I just think that we need to look at other options before rather than just let's throw it at this, let's look at all of the others and see which ones actually sit as a higher priority. And it may be this one, but I think we need more than just let's throw it at this one.
Anyone else wish to join the debate? Councillor Qualman.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm like Councillor Taylor. I think there's other options. Whilst this road is probably not perfect, and as Councillor Arthur has alluded to, there's some terrible roads down your way. I think it's seriously a top on road priority where we dish out this money. And I think, and if we're not looking favourably with this slurp mob, just like Councillor Taylor says, it's the way everybody else has been struggling. We can't do everything at once, and we'll just go along. As long as we keep at it, we'll get it done. But I think the way our roads infrastructure is, we got to get our priorities right. Only be more wisely spent somewhere else. Thank you.
Okay, I'm getting close to the end.
Mr Mayor, may I make another comment?
You might frame it as a question, Councillor, but anyway.
Well, I like to frame a question. At what point in time do people decide that the injuries and the accidents and the winter weather and the slipperiness of that road becomes irrelevant to the people who live and have to travel on that all of the time? We are not talking about a few people. I accept that there is Yarrandale, it's in my own district. No, that's on the list. There are a number of, this one has been on the list for its problems for as long as I've been here. Tourism has added to it in the past and into the future, and it is a part of the economy of this area, and it will continue to be so. But so do the importance of the people who live out there, and their lives are just as important as anyone else's.
Thank you. I'm just about to go to the mover.
Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Maria.
Look, I concur with everything Councillor Bland has said. And the CEO's information in regards to the SLURP money is relevant. Council loses credibility if we don't get the jobs done that we claim we can. And if we keep going back and asking for more, yes, we will still get something, but probably a greatly reduced amount of what we require to finish it. All roads are in need. All roads have families driving on them. All roads have children associated with them. This is an opportunity to nail something so that we're able to then, with SLURP funding, to be able to focus on another road that is of equal importance, but we've got to get started. And in doing that, keep our credibility within the greater organisation. I am disappointed, quite frankly, at the politic that gets played with this, because we are ultimately going back to a ward boundary mentality. I can't wait for no wards, so everybody can think about the council in its entirety. We are being very parochial in this chamber.
Mr Mayor,
With
can I
where
just
we're
make a comment on that?
No,
You can
no,
make
he is
I
closing.
do, because
He is
I'm
closing.
very offended by that.
Yeah.
Good. You come tomorrow.
Now, councillor,
No, come for a ride down Prosser Road.
Councillor Arthur, he is closing debate. What he says is, as you know, recorded and on the thing, he can be held accountable for that in the court of public interest. You're nearly finished, councillor, before I put the
I
vote.
am finished. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Right. The vote is as it is. I put the motion. All those in favour? Those against? I declare the motion lost. 3-5. Councillors Yench, Lang and Bland voting for the motion. Councillors Simmons, Arthur, Qualman, Taylor and Rountree voting against it. And as you would note, Councillor Taylor did not vote because of her perceived conflict of interest. Councillor Hill. Councillor Hill, thank you, Tracy. Next item, number 4, the regional roads database. I will make this very broad point straight up. If we do not put these roads on the database, we will not be considered for any SLURP funding in the foreseeable future. That is the clearest endorsement I can give to that process.
Sorry, Mr Mayor, can you repeat that again?
If we do not put forward these roads now, right now, we will have Buckley's and no chance of any of these roads being funded under this special local roads project in the near future. I mean, near is 10 years.
So the question is, if we're putting these all up for SLURP funding.
No, council is not. Council is putting them forward onto the database. It is no way commits this council to any application whatsoever. But if they are not on the database, they will not be considered.
I understand that. So in what order?
It doesn't matter the order. It doesn't matter at all.
They'll do their own.
They will set up the system in the school. There's no priority in this.
So the fact that 7 Mile Road is in there, and we're now adding, after 7 Mile Road having gone through the hierarchy of multiple roads in this council before, it could still sit at the bottom. And not be considered.
No, I wouldn't word it that way, councillor.
Well, it has the potential to be completely knocked off this system.
No, because the council must activate any road we nominated. It's nominated to the process. It's not just a straight scorecard. The council themselves must nominate the road. Anything else?
I'm just wondering how we're doing that, Mr Mayor.
We're not doing it today. This is about the database. Councillor, I don't know who's first, Rountree first.
I was just going to move that we receive and note the report.
As per the recommendation.
It says to receive and note the report. Yep. as-
Okay, councillor Taylor, you had your hand up.
Seconding it.
Any other discussion around this report? Councillor Taylor?
Mayor, I just want to know, these roads which are proposed, why these roads? These are just the ones that aren't on? Or just these roads? Or is this an expansive list? Are there others? Is there a classification, apart from the fact it says class 3 and class 4A?
Arundel on there.
Through you, Mr Mayor, for a road to be funded through the MRLGA, it has to be recognised within the region as regionally significant. So in our road hierarchy, a class 3 road is deemed regionally significant. We don't don't get to make that decision. If we want a road to be regionally significant, we have to put it to the region, and the region will vote to say yes or no, this road is regionally significant. So at the moment, our regionally significant roads that require upgrade are the roads that are on here, basically. So the other region, Oldie Road, which we just finished, Altalic Road's on here. The road that we have is not on this list.
So through you, Matt, to the acting director of infrastructure, the Heinrich Road is the one that leads out from the feedlot. Is that correct? Oh, and does that include the small bit which isn't actually Heinrich Road? So that bit, is that bit included in this, or can that not be included in this?
I understand what you're saying. So you're saying the Carcoma, from the junction of Heinrich, Carcoma Road heads north.
So you've got that where it comes out the feedlot, there's that bit that goes down
Two
before you
Ks.
turn
No,
onto Heinrich?
That's Carcoma Road.
Okay.
Councillor, the region votes, put them into the system. It's a very interesting system to try and negotiate. I'm on that committee, the Regional Transport Committee, which is basically all the works managers or directors or whatever their equivalents. And I can tell you that the council has voted, if you note in your thing, and the red line now goes up from the junction of Carcoma and Heinrich, it goes up nearly halfway to our boundary. That was only endorsed at the last meeting of the board as a decision. I can tell you other roads were not endorsed by the committee and therefore not put to the board. The process is around the hierarchy, and I myself don't think Yamali Road should be a 4A, I think, or whatever it is, class 4A. I'm very surprised by that, and we are yet to be completed, and I'll blame myself mainly for this, for not getting my list in, to reviewing the hierarchy. But it will become, there is work, and James, I think, is on that committee to start to set the standards for what the roads would be built from in the region as a standard of trafficability. At this stage, class 4A and 4B would be allowable for high productivity vehicles, or as some people like to call them, VWs. 5A would not necessarily be. That's the sort of a differentiating point in design standards, which I'm sure the technical people will address. The point is, if we are to be in the running for SLURP funding, we need these roads on the database. It's as clear as that. And these are the only ones that really qualify in our current system. There's been probably a lot of councils putting every road up that is in a lower category over time, and I think this is a way of sorting that out. The region is at the stage now, there's not much new road construction, there's road reconstruction across the region. Therefore, those processes will start to happen. 15 years ago, 20 years ago, when we built what's now the Granites Road, there was never a town road ever funded in this process. We're going to see a modal shift to that sort of funding, to upgrade what are now tired roads built 50, 60, 80 years ago. That's just a reality. So this gives us, if you actually look at the route kilometres of that, there's a lot of kilometres in this council area. I'll be long gone before we seal all them.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Moving forward, well, the next step from here is the council commitment to apply for funding for any of these roads. At that point in time is when I'll put a report to council saying, this is the start point, this is the finish point, this is the scope of work, this is the budget, and we're going to target a certain funding at a 2-for-1 funding level. That's when the formal details about start and finish point, scope of works will be provided. But at this point in time, I can't do that application unless these roads are on this database. So just to reiterate that.
We've got some questions.
Just as a point of interest, Mayor, the exit of Heinrich Road, is that going to be classified as a high-risk intersection?
It is in that list of the 12 or 13 we endorsed. They're actually the only unsealed entrance of all of them. So you might note that's how important we think it is in the midterm. I would, in terms of Heinrich Road, if I may, that it will be a longer term project, and it would be one that identified in this process, but also I would target some federal politicians for additional funding. The reason we would seal that road is principally to bring beef out of the feedlot through the new Murray Bridge processing. That's just the simple reason why we do it. It wouldn't get up under other processes. And that is why I'm interested in that as a category. You can see it goes to Ingham's facility.
Mr Mayor?
Yes.
With the okay of the move of the motion, we just changed the motion a little bit in that it says there, does council receive and note the report? Council receive and note the report and inform the MRLGA the roads the roads. Receive and note the report and inform the MRLGA that these roads are to be added to the database for SLURP funding on behalf of the Coorong Council. It's all right to report, but let's get it out there to them.
Councillor, this is not about SLURP funding.
Sorry?
This is actually not about SLURP funding today.
Just the database.
If it's about putting these on the database.
Yeah, I might make the point. I might make the point that we've already actually done it. The council receive and note the report.
To the database then, take the SLURP funding.
No, but that's all part of that process.
Okay.
You are simply endorsing this process. It's good you're discussing it, but you're simply endorsing it. Because without this, they don't qualify from day one.
Excuse me, but how do they get onto the database then?
Because of the
And we notify them?
Yes, you're receiving a noting report. Now, I think we're starting to get into twists and turns, which after 2.5 years of this committee, I'm still trying to understand. I have said to people that I would happily want a brick and hit my head against it some days to try and understand this process. I'm still trying to, but at the end of the day, for 2-for-1 funding, I and James and everyone else in this council needs to understand how this process works. But we won't be able to go forward without them being on the database, which they are. So I'm sorry, I'm probably going to decline your addition because it doesn't do anything. Sorry, it doesn't do anything.
Question, Mr Mayor, given that you've now included 7 Mile Road again, is that going to be re-endorsed every year?
No.
We're doing it again, so why are we putting it back in, or are we just stating that it's in there?
So the previous position on 7 Mile was it was just going to be resheeted. That's one of the issues here, was it was never endorsed for sealing.
Right, so this is an upgrade, is the way this is now written. Thank you. Thank you for clarification.
So, Councillor, you've abandoned your...
Yep.
I'm sorry if we're hard to explain this because it is hard to explain.
So I have another question.
Mm-hmm.
Given that we've now got all of the roads in Karkuma, Heinrich, 7 Mile, Poltalik, Yamali, are we likely to be wanting now to spend existing monies on any of those roads?
Why not? Don't tell me about the last motion. Yes.
Same question.
Yeah, so the point might be council would be obviously maintaining those roads to a standard, but they're obviously our busiest roads and we would be considering them for sealing in the priority order fairly soon.
And what grade, sorry, is Yarrandale?
It's not on that list, is it?
No, it's not. It's not seen as significant.
So
Then we don't have Thomas Foods in there, do we?
not yet. Councillors, we finished? Councillor Roundtree, I think you're closing.
Close, I think we've said
Okay,
enough.
I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Those against? You're in favour, Councillor Bland. Thank you. That's carried unanimously. Item petitions. Item 13. There is no petitions. Deputations. I have no deputations. Thank you. I have one question during question time, and so I am going to read out the question and the answer because it was submitted due to the COVID process, and I have none on the list up there now, Steve. Do I? No. Is there any on that list?
Yeah, during the course of the meeting,
I need to look at it. Sorry. While you're bringing it up, well, can someone pick it up, please? Hey? You need to write it. Yes, you do need to write it out. So, question in public question time from Sandra Douglas. A full update on the progress of the Tail and Bend toilets. This project has been on the agenda and in the budget for the last few years, and to date, there is nothing happening on the site. Please advise the ratepayers, 1, timeframe and estimated start and finish date, 2, the latest costing, and 3, the latest plan and type of toilet block. So the answers in relation to the question are: item 1, works are commencing on the 29th of March 2021 with a construction program including construction of a new toilet facility, 29th of March to the 10th of May, demolition of the old toilet block from the 10th of May to the 14th of May, and site remediation from the 10th of May to the 30th of June. Latest costings are within the council budget of 300,000, noting that any surplus funds will be spent on landscaping and street furniture in the area. And it is the image of the new toilet facility is available in the March information document, as councillors could be aware, and the public, and structural engineering plans can be provided upon request. Sandy, happy with that? That's where it's at. Thank you. Just awaiting that question. If ratepayers wish to lodge a question, we can do it before the meeting or we can do it at the meeting, but I do need to review it. Councillors, while that's being sorted, perhaps we can move to the information document, if we may. Councillor, anything in the information document? Councillor Qualman.
Thank you. Page 7, the infrastructure and assets report through the chair to acting director. James, could you just explain exactly what the ATD and HV, I've got a rough idea, but clarify it because it looks like a lot of vehicles. Interesting statistics from the grain season on Greenwich Road. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, so ADT is average daily traffic. So
Cool.
the bottom line is nearly 500 vehicles per day on that road. HV is heavy vehicle percentage, so anything above a class 6, which is a semi-trailer, then the heavy vehicle in this assessment, and 85% speed means that 85% of the vehicles are travelling below 61 kilometres an hour or 89 kilometres an hour in the other location.
Mr. Mayor, it's interesting to note that I just calculated out of that, then there was, in that 90-day period, there was a total of 28,000 trucks going into the site. Just for interest.
In and out? Or
In and out, yeah.
28 movements of grain in or 28, only 14 in?
Yeah, well, going by, yeah.
Some of it was mine.
Some of them are yours.
Not the CEO reminds me, and I did say to this when she moved to the area, we'll get to know Harvest eventually where she's living. So, councillors, my observation of the industry, as I'm in it, is that the truck size is growing very quickly. Truck size, that's why probably less movements, but more tonnes.
Yeah.
That's no secret.
Interesting, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, no, I think the figures are actually quite interesting as a percentage in that period. More concerning is there's still actually people basically speeding.
Yes.
Counts at all levels, doesn't split up who was the owns.
61, yeah, it's,
Yeah.
yeah.
61
Should be 50.
average, you know, so you've got 50 be more satisfactory.
Previously, that's not an average speed, just to be clear. That means that 85% of all vehicles are travelling slower than that speed. So there would be the odd person, 15% travelling above that, but it's not a calculated average.
Yeah, but it's a disappointment that it's not 85% below 50. And that's the point I think councillors make. That's what we're up to.
A couple of questions, a few questions. So with community facilities update, is Peter Bond still involved? And if not, who is doing that job now?
So,
Yeah.
so Peter Bond is finishing off the last of the drought, and with the departure of David Mosel and James acting in the role, we had a vacancy. So we have specifically contracted Peter to do a couple of the contracts around particular projects to fill in a gap until we fill those positions.
Thank you. Is there any more information on when the tubular fencing for the Canalpin pool will arrive? March is in the month now, like so shortly.
This year.
We are in March now, aren't we?
Halfway through.
Thank you. Next one was sad to see that we have a couple of staff leaving. Is it possible, and I've pre-raised this before, to sort of see what questions are asked during exit interviews and then to get an idea of where you feel? Because to me, it looks like we've got quite a number of staff movements, and that always is a concern for me.
So we can circulate the exit interview that we do with all staff.
It'd be great.
With these two particular staff, Terrigan, as she says, has gone for a dream job at a bank and she's working from home. And she was a loss because she was really quite a what's the word? Agile staff member in terms of whatever needed to be done. And with Drew, he lives at Man and who was living by himself in Canalpin, for young who has now got a new girlfriend who wants to get home.
Understandable.
I'm
Also,
not sure if he wanted that in the public forum, I'm sorry.
well, she's very lucky then. She must be very special. 2.1.3, it was regarding the fire ban days, and it said in there, permits issued on total fire ban days, remove the requirement to notify local councils and CFS for grades of permits issued. Please note the CFS regional office is still to be notified and a copy sent. That confused me. On a total fire ban day, you can still get a permit? Is that how it reads, or have I read that wrong?
Through you, man. Unless my directors know the answer to that, I'll have to take that on notice.
Because I think that's alarming on a total fire ban day that anyone could get a permit.
Event a few years ago, Total Fire Ban Day, we had to have a permit for the barbecue, gas barbecue.
Okay.
I think that may be, but I am not sure. But
There are circumstances which fire bans, permits will be lit on a fire ban.
Barbecues would be considered not to
I'll
be
give you-
used in a, all right.
I will
okay,
give
that
you an
makes sense.
example. When the Scout Jamboree was here, they had a fire ban. One
Right,
of the hottest nights I've been through. They had a permit.
okay, then that makes sense then. The CEO attended a meeting at the Australian Workers Union on enterprise bargaining agreements. Anything noteworthy that affects councils on that, from that meeting?
We've just started the process of negotiation with the AWU, so that's just a general meeting.
Okay. Was there any feedback from potential users of the Meningie Skate Park on the design and functionality?
James?
Yeah, through Ms. Mayor, we had a response of a bit over a dozen, and the contractor undertaking those works advised that most of them were young residents that were using that setback. So they've taken their feedback.
That's good that you got some feedback. That's it.
That's the blend.
Yes, we're just on the Attachment A Drought Community Program Phase 2. I'll go straight to Wadmore House. We've spent $5,000 out of the $60,000 there. Just wondering why this project is so slow when we desperately need to get to community consultation on the use of this space.
James, it's about contractors.
Yeah, through Mr. Mayor, so we did an assessment to undertake, find out what works were most important. That took a period of time, and then getting the building trade availability to actually carry out the work has proven quite difficult. So that's
Do you have a costing of what that building trade would be, potentially?
Yes. So through, well, we have a list of works that's well in exhaust of our $60,000 that needs to be done. We are attending to the highest priority works first until we exhaust the budget.
I'm getting a lot of questions. Now COVID's finished, people are wanting to know what's happening with the site, how we can move forward and getting the project back and running. Perhaps we could do community consultation in tandem rather than waiting to completion by the sound of this.
So we will have a look at that, whether that's an option. Sorry, through you. We didn't think it'd be so difficult to get the trades involved, so that's proving a bit challenging at the minute.
So it's like cold down there at the moment. Or anywhere.
Still in the information document, councillors.
Yeah, Mr Mayor, just the solar updates, Meningie Hub and the Tailem Bend. But have obviously a lot of work done to it. Is it going on the old
All
hall?
roof.
What was the budget for these items? It wasn't a budget item. We just said, well, we're going to do it because, like you're talking trusses, repairs, designs, could run into a lot of money.
But through you, Mr Mayor, when they undertook the assessment to see whether the roof was suitable to put the solar panels on it, they noticed some significant benefit in the roof trusses. That regardless of whether or not we put solar on it or not, they have to address those issues with the roof trusses. So we're getting a design on how to rectify those issues now, and then we will know how much it will cost us to remediations basically from there. So at the moment, we haven't been told what we have to do to the trusses to fix them. That's what we're waiting on at the moment.
And the other question, part of that question is, will that be integrated with the existing solar system on the new building here?
Do we have a solar system on this building?
We have. It was never approved by the members, but it was put on. It's only a small unit, but
Through you, Mayor.
Well, that's a hot water one or a normal one. We'll have to find out. Thank you.
It's something we're not aware of, so we'll go and have a look.
Any other questions from the information document? Taking that as no more, I'm going to revert back to question time. Steve's question, and it's technical, just straightforward one. To you probably, James. Is there an option to not fully fill the Isuzu water cart so it can still be utilised? So therefore save $460 weekly hire fee until this is resolved.
Through you, Mr Mayor, we can only approximately put about 6,000 litres of water in it before it becomes overweight on the steer tide. So we're only half filling that machine, and then it becomes a bit impractical for us to get that water onto the road.
So through you, Mayor, it would also be a look at the cost of the staff time of running backwards and forwards to fill it up again versus how much it would be to hire a truck. So we'd have to look at both of those costs. It might be that it works out to be cheaper, but it's not a pure savings in the sense of filling it up halfway, because then you've got staff costs to probably double backwards and forwards. Does that make sense?
Okay, councillors, I'm nearly there. There's nothing else. We move to confidential items.
Go in.
So I'll go in first before we do that, read that bit. So, yeah, sorry, councillor, I'll be with you in a second. For those watching the live stream, please be advised the meeting's about to move into confidence. The live stream will stop. For those who wish to view the end of the meeting, the video will be available on YouTube after the meeting. Let's deal with that first, please. Thank you, Sean. We're back live. The public and the councillors, we have one agenda item we deferred pending more information early in today, and I'm trying to find it. Page 14, Office of the Chief Executive Officer, number 1, Local Roads and Community Infrastructure. We were waiting some more information about some timeframes in relation to this.
The advice is if an eligible funding recipient has not applied for the full amount of their phase 2 allocation, which is the position we're in now because we're $18,000 short, then we need to do that by the 31st of July 2021. It's basically use it or lose it. They are saying that there may be a phase 2, but they're basically saying don't rely on that. There may not be any funding or payouts in that particular one. So basically we've got until the 31st of July to apply for a new project for that 18,000, and again, to be used before the 31st of December 2021.
I sent a second question.
Added on to existing project? Into an existing project?
Yeah, we just need to tell them what we're doing with it. New project, or adding it onto an existing project by the 31st of July.
Bridget, we got what was, I thought we had a group that was unsuccessful in community grants round 1.
I'll tell you, Nate. So I'll go through them quickly for you. Sealing of Tailem Bend unsealed roads, we continue that work. Meningie Lines, Jubilee Park upgrade, power board, upgrade power points and lighting, footpath upgrades, the netball courts resurfacing, Timberlake, done.
That's not the early process, this one. You go. For your time.
Before my time? Okay, me. The Canalpin Dog Park relocation and upgrade. The RV down points, I think that's a relocation. Some cemetery upgrades. Welcome, that's been done.
Yeah, that's.
This is a bit, this is,
Wait, dump points wasn't done, that was withdrawn.
So these are the discussions of possible projects out of the first bit of public consultation which was done.
so,
How long ago, Deb, on your arrival? How long have you been here?
for drought, so
Yeah.
would it be easy if I circulated this list around to you? And then at our special meeting, because we've still got a little bit of time, we make a decision then. Okay?
Agreed.
So councillors will just circulate perhaps projects that have been
Mooted in the past.
mooted in the past in whatever form. Yes, you might want to choose. some. Okay, any other business? We can adjourn it. Someone move that way that must be councillor Roundtree.
I'd ask one question,
Yeah, quickly.
which everybody is asking.
I don't get a seconder for the adjournment. No, don't. Go ahead. quickly.
How long are we going to have the graders running around with no wasting diesel? So there's no rollers on behind them, because that's all they're doing, pushing a little bit of stuff in that gets knocked out 10 minutes after it. Question, I suppose.
Any feeling from the compliance people, James, how far away that is?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'll follow that up and we can advise through the CEO.
For the actual license, the dispensation
When the title hitches will be
available.
Move councillor Roundtree, second councillor Taylor, that the item number 1 is adjourned. We'll say that that's carried unanimously. Any other business, councillors? Councillor Corman is sort of.
I know, surprising.
Kwame.
If I may, Mr Mayor, it's information to the relevant members of the chamber of something of concern that happened to me last week, and I thank Sean, the IT man. I rang and disturbed our mayor, and I said, I've got an email from you, which is very surprising.
You knew that was a con, didn't you?
Yeah, and then
That was a giveaway right there.
and the mayor said, Brenton, I don't send emails. And it had on there, Councillor Foreman, have you got a minute regarding Paul Simmons? And I checked with, thanks Sean, it was one of those things called spam.
So councillors, we may do a little session with you about how to recognise spam, because there is, you know, some techniques of just gliding your mouse over the email address, and generally you'll find that it's an email address. There's a couple of techniques that we can give you to alert you to the fact that it would be spam, and then thank you very much, because I think it's the first thing then is to report it so that we can see what's going on.
Well, I did act on it appropriately, and I'd like to say in the chamber, thanks to the help of Sean, and thanks to the mayor telling me you can't send emails, so that's good.
So you're in front. Better than the mayor.
The best thing to always do is look at the email address. So you see them come in from Greglow@gmail, or 1234@gmail, then it's from Pulse, or it's from me, or whoever. So you know straight away, I won't send you an email by Gmail or anything like that. And if I did, I want you to question it.
Be where you're going to be tested.
You will be tested later. Thank you,
Don't you
councillors.
speak.
7:15, we declare the meeting closed. It looks, sounds like we've got a meeting of some form on the 6th around several subjects not resolved today.